This is Troy, your host. We are live and recording.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get into our land use and public meeting, we do have a little business to do for the Woodmoor Mountain General Improvement District. I will call that meeting to order and move right into certification of the agenda.
Yes, sir. County Attorney's Office has reviewed all items on the agenda. The one item has been properly noticed.
Okay, thank you. And do any commissioners have disclosures for items on this agenda?
No.
Okay, so with that, I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Chair, I do have a motion to approve the requests and items of item A on the consent agenda.
Okay, great.
Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries unanimously. So item 3A under the regular agenda is the construction contract with 53 Corporation for the Woodmoor Drainage and Road Repair Project in the amount of $106,463. Douglas County project number SB 2025-020. Zach Humbles, not Zach Humbles. Janet Herman presenting for staff. Hi, Janet.
Hi, Janet Herman for staff. Zach is not available, so I'll try to summarize this as succinctly as possible. Zach worked with the road committee out at Woodmoor Mountain on some drainage improvements that need to be done out there. There's several drainage items that need to be done, but they did prioritize several improvements, including culvert modifications, or adding some culverts, inlet modifications, and fixing a slope repair out there. So with that being said, then we went out to bid, and 53 Corp was chosen to do that work, and they would like to move forward, and the funds are coming from the GID to do that work.
Great. Any questions for staff?
Just obviously, it's the improvement district that is providing the funding for this project. Do we know, is it available in their budget to do this?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Great. Any additional questions? Okay, I have none either. With that, I'm going to open it up to any citizen comment. Any citizen comment with regard to this item? Yes, please. If you want to just come up one at a time and state your name for the record, please. Welcome.
I'm Diana Meyer, and I've lived on Woodmoor Mountain for 20 years. And I thank you guys for your service to our county. Traditionally, the GID projects have been posted on the website for our community, for the members to see what is out for bid, what they were going to put out for bid. This year in 2025, they did not do that. And on August 29th, with 3 days' notice, the HOA board held a special GID board meeting and to vote on the bids that they had already received. Several people at that meeting objected to this spending before the board then approved the spending of $96,835. We saw the public notice in the mail house of our community, and that number was $106,463, which is not what was approved at the meeting. The reason for our objection is that the main drainage issue that we're having is that the roads have not been pitched the way they should be. The culverts that they are wanting to add with this money, there are several culverts on the roads, and because the road is not pitched properly, none of the water is getting to these culverts. It is going over the cliff, causing damage below to homes and driveways, and it washes out our road. And we believe that the number one priority should be to pitch our roads toward the hill so that the water from the rain flows down and hits all the culverts. I have photos of the damage that has been caused to homes that have been on the cliffside, where water and dirt and debris has landed by their homes and into their, it has almost hit their house. The citizens and the taxpayers of Woodmoor Mountain and that pay into this GID fund deserve to have a properly graded road for their safety and for the integrity of the road surface. We would like for the commissioners to consider that we delay this approval until the GID has been put out to the community to look at and have another board meeting on this.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I am Mike Meyer, and I live on Woodmoor Mountain for 20 years. When she says the water's running the wrong way, that would be an understatement. We had 106 washouts. A washout is when the water goes over the wrong side of the road. Homes are on that side. And the water has broken through because the road is not, with a slant the way it's supposed to be slanted. So the water's supposed to drain, toward the mountain. It is not doing that. Zach Humbles told me, we rode the roads with Zach, that get your water under control and then you should do those projects. So the water is out of control. We have a new board that'll be coming into place in less than a month. We have 2 new members. We would like to at least delay until that meeting, if that's possible. If we can come back with the board's comments, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you for being here. Any additional citizen comment? Any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Okay. Janet, would you like to respond to citizen comment?
The only thing I do know is that there's a lot more improvements that need to be done out in Woodmoor Mountain than what's being done now. The road committee that Zach worked with, they worked through different projects and then they prioritized what they could afford. I wouldn't disagree that they probably do have a lot of drainage issues out there that with the road sloping and everything. $100,000 doesn't go that far, unfortunately, anymore. So I would presume that the road committee decided what is the best bang for our dollars, and that's why they picked the projects that they did. There are plans for it. I don't have the plans with me, but I'm not sure. If you haven't seen the plans, we can provide them to those folks. So that's all I can say is the road committee worked with Zach to prioritize the projects that they chose.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Do we have any representatives from the community that made this decision?
I don't know if they're in the audience. I don't recognize them.
They were voted out of office.
Well, unfortunately, that was not on the record, but I heard that. I think there was a comment from the crowd that there might be some transition on the board. Anything additional, Janet?
No.
Okay, let me bring it back to the board then for any further discussion and/or a motion.
Chair, you've heard me talk for years, ever since I first came on the board, about how obviously the nature of the formation of the Woodmoor Mountain GID is probably something that wouldn't happen nowadays. We'd have them form a metro district. We would go about this some other way, and I've always expressed the concerns that, and even we explored dissolving the Woodmoor GID into a metro district or something like that, just so that residents, like we heard from today, could have a little more direct representation. So, quite frankly, we've been asked to delay so that the neighborhood can have an opportunity to talk. The newly elected leadership of the neighborhood could have an opportunity to convene. I did not hear from our engineering staff that there was any great urgency to move forward on this contract. So if it pleases the board, I do have a motion to continue a construction contract with 35 Corporation for the Woodmoor Drainage and Road Repair Project in the amount of $106,463. Douglas County Project SP 2025-020 with a continuance date, and I'm probably going to need a little help from County Manager, County Attorney here, but I'm showing that of October 7th.
I think 7th or 21st would work. My concern would be that the new board has been impaneled at that time, so I don't know when that would take place. We may need some information from the public.
In that case, have the motion reflect until October 7th or until the Woodmoor Mountain Board has an opportunity to meet.
I second the motion to continue at a later date.
So we have a first and second on the floor to continue. I admire the wisdom associated with that thought process, and I tend to agree. We're attenuated from the Woodmoor Mountain General Improvement District, and it is challenging. You're not a metro district, and coming to the county is not easy. So I thank you for sacrificing part of your day to be here with us. And I do think in a moment of change and maybe a little turmoil, just determining what's next, it probably is wise to pause. So I would certainly support the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries. It will be continued. Thanks for being here. Do we need, let me ask IT, do we need to reset for the public hearing? You need a second? Okay, so we'll recess and give IT just one quick moment to reset and turn over. And I will adjourn the Woodmoor Mountain District. It is.
Remember when I first heard about this from Lance, I was like, what's
Troy, I have not heard your amazing voice, but I'm getting the thumbs up from our clerk and IT that we're ready to go. Are you all set?
Thank you, sir. Yes, we are live and recording.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting and Public Hearing for Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. I will ask that you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Attorney Garcia, do we have certification of the agenda today?
The agenda. You have appropriate jurisdiction over these matters, and appropriate posting has been made where necessary.
Okay, thank you. And do any commissioners have disclosures for any item on this agenda?
No, sir.
No.
And I don't either. So with that, we'll move into item 2, our land use meeting agenda items. Item 2A is Pinery Village Filing 1 First Amendment replat, project file SB 2024-043. We have Trevor Bedford, a senior planner, presenting for staff. Hi, Trevor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Trevor Bedford, representing Planning Services. The request is for the Pinery Village Filing 1 First Amendment, project number SB 2024-043. Nathan Abbott is here on behalf of the property owners, Dillon & Companies, LLC. The request is to replat 2 existing commercial superblock lots into 11 commercial lots for a proposed shopping center and outparcels. The request also includes a vacation of a small portion of leftover right-of-way for North Pinery Parkway. Subdivision Resolution Article 7 says to provide, the intent is to provide a review process for the replatting of an existing subdivision plat or superblock final plat. And subdivision resolution section 704B states that roads that are established by plat but have not been used as such may be vacated and or replatted through a replat process. Following an application submittal, a review period by referral agencies and abutting landowners, a public meeting is held before the Board of County Commissioners. Referral comments were standard in nature, and all referral comments have been addressed. There was correspondence from one commercial lot owner located adjacent to the replat regarding the reconfiguration of an access easement. The applicant has worked with that owner to provide alternate access via the plat. The project is located in the northwest corner of the intersection of North Pinery Parkway and North State Highway 83. This is within the Pinery Separated Urban Area of the 2040 Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. This map shows the zoning in the area. The property is within the Pinery Plan Development and is surrounded by others in the same plan development. This aerial depicts the site. The notch in the eastern portion of the site is Lot 1 of Filing 25. This property is not included in the replat and is currently accessed via Prospector Drive, which is being relocated to the west. The property owner on this lot provided comments regarding access to this property. The applicant has clarified with a plat note that access is provided to this property and has had several discussions with that property owner. In the year 2000, Pinery Village, Filing 25, was platted consisting of 2 lots, 1 tract, and the North Pinery Parkway right-of-way. In 2020, Pinery Village, Filing 1, was platted for a single superblock lot. Elements of both plats are being replatted with the current request. This exhibit shows the northern half of the proposed replat. A corresponding site improvement plan is proposed for the largest lot, Lot 1A, for a grocery store and fueling station. Other lots will be subject to future site improvement plan requests as more commercial development occurs. This exhibit shows the southern half of the proposed replat. A small portion of right-of-way shown in the hatching will be vacated with the replat. A commercial outlot is being provided via access easements created on the replat. The approval standards for a PD rezoning are set forth in section, for a replat, sorry, the approval standards for a replat are set forth in section 7 and listed on this slide. Approval standards are discussed in detail in the staff report. Staff has evaluated the replat request, and in accordance with section 7 of the subdivision resolution, should the board find that the approval standards have been met, staff proposes the following conditions to be included in the motion. Condition 1, prior to recordation of the plat, technical corrections to the plat exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public meeting and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all commitments and promises. The board shall evaluate the request, staff report, referral agency comments, and public testimony, and shall approve, conditionally approve, table for further study, or deny the request. This concludes my presentation. I am available to take questions on the staff report if the board wishes. Otherwise, Nathan Abbott is here on behalf of the applicant.
Great, thank you, Trevor. Any questions for staff?
No questions.
Okay, I have none at this time. Would the applicant might like to make a presentation?
Hi, good afternoon. Nathan Abbott with Galloway & Company. And we do have a short presentation we can run through, or out of respect for everyone's time, we can jump to questions at your convenience, whichever you'd prefer.
You know, I've read the packet. I believe my colleagues have as well. I would say, based upon time and the number of people here, if you want to do an abbreviated presentation, and then we can ask some questions.
Okay, sure. We'll go through this. So, again, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. Again, Nate Abbott with Galloway & Company. We're a local architecture and engineering firm located in Greenwood Village. Here, I want to just thank you, send a thanks to Trevor Bedford, Mike Basica, Jeanette Barr, Chuck Smith, and everyone else at the county that has helped us throughout the past several months here on this project. With me this afternoon are a couple of members from our team. From Dillon & Companies, we've got Nick Tompkins and Jose Cervantes, senior asset managers with Dillon & Companies, and then Troy Keltz is our civil engineer here. Our request before you today is the approval of a replat application for a commercial land development project that will create plus or minus 32-acre subdivision with 11 lots and associated utility, drainage, and access easements. This replat, as mentioned by staff, will also clean up or vacate a small remnant of a portion of North Pinery Parkway right-of-way and incorporate it into the future lots 1J and 1K on the replat. As outlined by staff, this project is located at the northwest corner of South Parker Road and North Pinery Parkway within the Pinery separated urban area of the 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan and will support a proposed commercial development that will include a 123,000 square foot King Soopers Marketplace grocery store and associated retail fuel with 7 multi-product dispensers, roughly 8,000 square feet of inline retail space and 9 outlots for future commercial development. This replat conforms with the goals and policies of the master plan by prioritizing the build-out of existing urban areas over approval of new urban development through promoting development patterns that address the needs of the residents, enhancing and improving existing infrastructure, concentrating non-residential uses within the separated urban area, and advancing economic development and employment opportunities within the county. Here before you are the 2 existing plats that will be combined effectively into the new replat. On the left is Lot 1 of Pinery Village, filing number 1. And then on the right is Tract A and Lot 2, outlined in red there, and a portion of the North Pinery Parkway right-of-way that was not vacated with the current plat. This replat will combine Lot 1 of Pinery Village, filing number 1, and Tract A and Lot 2 of the Pinery Village, filing number 2, and a portion of the North Pinery Parkway right-of-way. This is a kind of a simplified version of an overall shot of the replat, showing the proposed outlots as well as the proposed easements here. As mentioned previously, there are proposed easements for utilities and access throughout the site to include not only the 11 lots here as shown, but I don't know if there's a pointer here, but also this Lot 1 filing 25 that is not part of this. There is an access easement here that will provide access and utilities to both Lot 1K and Lot 1 here. We have worked with staff to ensure that the proposed replat complies with Article 7 of the Douglas County Subdivision Resolution, as outlined in the staff report. We believe we have met all the criteria for a replat approval, as outlined in Article 7 of the Douglas County Subdivision Resolution, and is supported by staff in their staff report. Per staff's assessment and the materials provided in the application materials, the replat application complies with the following replat approval standards: comprehensive master plan policies and Section 7 of the Douglas County Subdivision Resolution. So in summary, we respectfully request the approval of the replat application as submitted by the applicant and evaluated by staff. That concludes our short presentation, and we're here to answer any questions that anyone may have. So thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't have any either. I'm going to open it up for any citizen comment. Is there any citizen comment in the room with regard to this item? Yes, ma'am. And if you want to just come up and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Sonia Iyer. I'm president of the Pinery HOA. I live at 8636 Lakeview Drive. I just more or less comment. Over the years, this project has been ongoing for many, many years as far as conceptual, et cetera, and design guidelines laid out. They're in general following all of that, which pleases us. I'm going to actually just take it to a little bit further down the line. As this builds out, the traffic that's going to be occurring at the North Pinery Parkway and Highway 83 intersection, improvements have been made, but from the Pinery side on the east side, as we exit out, there are no acceleration or deceleration lanes out of the Pinery. There are on the other side. So it's just our hope that the county stays aware of it, CDOT, et cetera, so that we can get that, so that as residents are going to be leaving the Pinery and heading north on Highway 83, protected acceleration lanes and or protected deceleration lanes are considered and looked at as that moves forward. So overall, again, they're staying within what the overall designs have been for a long time, and we appreciate that. As a community, looking out for our community needs too here is where I'm going to always speak up on. So,
Great, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your leadership. Any additional citizen comment? Okay, any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
This is one that, as our leader up at the Pinery HOA has said, has been in discussion for a long time. I know this was an item of discussion in pre-filing prior to, actually just shortly after I came on board. This looks to be in keeping with all of our development standards. I didn't see anything in the briefing pack. I didn't see any in the presentation that has me concerned. So if it pleases the board, I do have a motion to approve the Pinery Village Filing 1 First Amendment replat because it does meet all of the approval criteria. And I had two conditions as presented. Project file is SB 2024-043.
And I second that motion.
Great, so we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? I also agree. I think it meets the approval criteria and have no cause for objection, so I'll be in support. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 3-0. With that, we're going to move on to our next item in land use, which is item 2B, Crest View filing number 1, Second Amendment replat, project file SB 2025-020. Once again, Trevor Bedford presenting for staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Trevor Bedford representing Planning Services. The request is for the Crest View Filing 1, Second Amendment, project number SB 2025-020. The property owners are Jason Williams, Miyoko Williams, and Raymond Bruce Williams. The request is to replat one 11.4 acre residential lot into two residential lots of 6.38 acres and 5.02 acres. In this case, a single shared groundwater well is proposed to serve both lots. The intent of the subdivision resolution, Article 7, is again to provide a review process for the replatting of an existing subdivision plat or superblock final plat. The replat process begins with the submittal of an application. Following the submittal of the application, there is a review period by referral agencies and mailing of courtesy notices to abutting landowners. A public meeting is then held before the Board of County Commissioners, and the Planning Commission does not review this replat request. During the referral period, the Colorado Division of Water Resources noted that they will require the existing exempt well on the property to be plugged and abandoned and a new well completed prior to recording the plat. The applicant has agreed to do this as a condition of approval. Other referral comments were standard in nature, and all referral comments have been addressed. 4 nearby property owners responded to courtesy notices, citing concerns regarding views and a plat note on the Crest View plat that states that no further subdivision is allowed. The applicant has provided responses to the neighbors' concerns and indicated that he's reached out to discuss the project with the neighbors, and the HOA did not object to the replat application. The project site is located south of Devil's Head Drive in the Crest View subdivision, north of Hilltop Road in the Parker area, and is zoned rural residential. The site is located within the northeast subarea of the Douglas County 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan. This map shows the zoning in the area. Again, the property is zoned rural residential. It is surrounded by 3 sides by other rural residential properties. To the east is an open space tract in the Tallman Gulch subdivision. This area depicts the site. Most of the lots within the Crestview subdivision to the west are approximately 5 acres in size. The existing property is developed with a single-family residence, a horse arena, and outbuildings. These will remain on proposed lot 23A. The Crestview Filing 1 plat has a note that states no lots shall be re-subdivided. Crestview Filing 1 consists of lots primarily near 5 acres in size. The applicant has suggested that the note may have been intended for the 5-acre lots to ensure consistency with that rural residential zoning. Only 2 lots within the subdivision are greater than 10 acres. The Crestview HOA has also provided an approval letter that specifically addresses this plat note. This slide shows the replat exhibit. North is to the left. The resulting lots will be 6.38 and 5.02 acres. A new home is proposed to be built on Lot 23B. The lots will share access via a single driveway off of Devil's Head Drive. An existing 100-year floodplain is noted on the exhibit near the southwest property line. The applicant has also proposed to share a single well between the two properties, proposed to be located on Lot 23A. In response to the county's water consultant concerns with this approach, the applicant has worked with an attorney to draft a shared well agreement to address many potential conflicts that could arise and to provide easements over the well for each property owner. There is sufficient water to allow for Lot 23B to drill a separate well if desired or necessary in the future. The approval standards for a replat are listed on the slide. Approval standards are discussed in detail in the staff report. Staff has evaluated the replat request in accordance with Section 7 of the subdivision resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards have been met, staff proposes that the following conditions are included in the motion. Condition 1, prior to recordation of the plat, applicants shall provide evidence that the existing exempt well has been plugged and abandoned to satisfy the Colorado Division of Water Resources, and that the new well permit number 1004422 has been completed to serve the existing home. Condition number 2, prior to recordation of the plat, the applicants shall execute and record a shared well agreement and all associated water easements. Condition 3, prior to recordation of the plat, the applicants shall provide payment in the amount of $500 to the Douglas County School District for cash in lieu fees. Condition number 4, prior to recordation of the plat, the applicants shall provide a payment in the amount of $250 to Douglas County for parks cash in lieu fees. Condition 5, prior to recordation of the plat, easements requested by Core Electric over existing facilities shall be recorded by a separate instrument. Condition 6, concurrent with recordation of the plat, a shared access agreement shall be recorded by separate document. Condition 7, prior to recordation of the plat, exhibit technical corrections shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And finally, condition 8, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or applicant's representative during the public meeting and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Again, the board shall evaluate the request, staff report, referral agency comments, and public testimony, and shall approve, conditionally approve, table for further study, or deny the request. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to take questions if the board wishes. Otherwise, the applicants are here to speak and answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Trevor. Any questions for staff?
I do, Mr. Chairman. And it regards the well. So one new well will be drilled, but it is to be shared between the two lots. Excuse me, I'm the new one here. Is that something that has occurred previously? Is it something that occurs often?
We're not aware of a situation where this has occurred by a platted subdivision in the county. It does apparently happen, and the State Division of Water Resources has no issues with it. But I'm not aware of a situation where it's happened here in the past.
Okay. And so the current owners of the property are in full agreement. They're perfectly fine with it. What could happen in the future? Would that be just if one lot were to be sold, the other kept by the current owners, would that have to be part of the sale, or how does that work?
Yes, so they have a proposed shared well agreement. They will have to sign that, and it will basically be like an easement over the property, so it would transfer when the property is sold. So it would be binding with the sale of the property to sell. There is a provision in their agreement that if the lot owner of 23B, that's the one that will not have the well, if they desire in the future, they could drill their own well and have their own water supply and get out of the agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, I don't have any additional questions. I'll invite the applicant to come up and make a brief presentation if they'd like. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Bruce Williams, and it is an honor to appear before you today. First of all, I want to really commend the great staff that you have here in the county with the planning and permitting process. They have been incredibly courteous, responsive, respectful, and very patient with me because I've never gone through this before. And they've really gone beyond what I would have expected. I also want to thank you for the opportunity for Jason and me to speak to you today. My wife and I worked as full-time Christian ministers for 48 years. The last 30 of them were in Southern California until we retired. It was incredibly rewarding and meaningful, as you can imagine, but it's also quite exhausting. After we retired at 70, we wanted to spend the rest of our lives spending more time with our 3 grown children and their spouses and our 10 grandchildren. We moved here to Denver, the area, in 2021 to be near where our son and his wife, Miyoko, live with their 3 boys. We saw an opportunity for us to purchase 11 acres in Parker together and believe that that could be a wonderful place for us to spend our final years. Robin and I presently live in the basement of our son's house that's on the 11 acres. As we started the process of wanting to build a place of our own on those 11 acres, we learned that the HOA bylaws would not allow any more buildings to be built on the property as it existed. And so we got into onto a conference call with some of your staff here as well as the HOA committee, and we learned that the zoning actually would allow for more than one lot as far as the 11 acres were concerned, if we wanted to possibly subdivide. And of course, that would have to be approved by you. The HOA committee said that on that call that if we desired to subdivide, that they would be completely supportive of that effort and that we could then build our own house on the subdivided lot. We, of course, were thrilled to hear that that is kind of why we're here today, because we would long to be able to build our own home and be able to stay in the community in which we reside right now. So we would be thankful beyond measure if you could see fit to allow this to happen. Thank you so much for allowing me to share with you my heart.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. And it sounds like you've had a very meaningful life and hopefully a lot of meaningful years to come. So thank you for spending your time with us.
Thank you.
You bet. Let me just have you pause there for a moment, and I'll ask if the board has any questions of the applicant.
No, I heard everything I needed to know.
I did as well. Let me ask you, sir, so there are 8 conditions for approval. Are you okay with all those 8 conditions?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that was clear on the record. I will open it up for any citizen comment. Any citizen comment with regard to this item? Okay, any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Thank you, Troy. So with that, we'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
Do you want to hear from Jason?
Well, sure. I mean, if you'd like to speak to us, you're welcome to do that. Yeah.
I'll be real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys taking the time to consider this. 2018, my dad had a stroke, and ever since then, you know, we've been doing whatever we can to hopefully get as much time together. And so this would be a dream of ours to allow this. You know, I have 3 sons, and we just want and hope to have a multi-generational type of living situation. And so that's really all I have to add. I appreciate you guys taking the time. And yeah, thank you.
Well, thanks for being here, Jason. Yeah. Douglas County is a place where a lot of people find their dreams coming true, so you're in good company. With that, I'm going to close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you You know, this was a new one to me to see a one well shared between two separate lots, and it seems as if an accessory dwelling unit would be the more artful, simple approach. But given those hurdles, these folks came to us with their own private property and are seeking to make changes to their own private property. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move to approve Crest View filing number 1, Second Amendment replat, because it does meet all the approval criteria with 8 conditions as presented. Project file SB 2025-020.
You know, when we talk about the history of Douglas County, I mean, for over a century, Douglas County was very rural. The business would be a family running an agricultural business. And as our government processes evolved, obviously, we talked about zoning, platting, replatting like this. This is, in my opinion, one of the reasons why we have replats on our books, to accommodate a family that obviously wants to stay together, which is, in my opinion, very commendable, but more specifically, still accommodate the needs of the neighborhood and the way that they had designed their HOA, which, by the way, let's always remember, colleagues, part of our accessory dwelling regulations were that we're not dictating to HOAs. HOAs still had the right to control any accessory dwelling units. So I'm happy to second, and I wish the applicants long life and, way to do it the right way.
Live long and prosper?
You bet.
There we go. We got to live long and prosper. Okay, so we've got a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. Congratulations. You bet. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to item 3 on our agenda today, which is our public hearing agenda items. Item 3A is the Meribel Village Filing 1 9th Amendment replat, project file SB 2025-008. We have Mike Pasica, Principal Planner, presenting for staff. Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to ask the board if they would entertain hearing items A and B together. They are related and have the same owner and applicant.
That would be fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Pasica representing Planning Services. The applications before you are the Meribel Village Filing 1 9th Amendment replat and zone map change, project numbers SB 2025-008 and DR 2025-003. The owner is Highland Meadows Properties, LLC, represented by Walt Kowalski and Marion Woodward. The first request is for a replat to vacate lot lines and easements between 5 residential lots, creating 1 new lot, and to vacate Rose Crown Court and Valerian Circle, both unbuilt county right-of-ways. The vacated right-of-ways will be included in the new residential lot for a total of 28.22 acres. The second request is for a zone map change for the replatted property and other land owned by the applicant from suburban residential and large rural residential to agricultural 1. The applications will require separate motions, with the replat being considered first. The intent of the replat process is to provide a review process for the replatting of an existing subdivision plat or super block final plat. The zone district map change process is described in Zoning Resolution Section 112. It sets forth reasons for a map change, one of which is rezoning of land when requested by the property owner to bring it into compliance with the comprehensive master plan, which is the nature of this request. The replat process begins with the submittal of an application following a 21-day referral period. The request is considered by the Board of County Commissioners. Staff received no responses from the public, and the applicant has addressed the referral comment from Core Electric. The zone map change request is processed by staff. Following a 21-day referral period, the request is considered by the Planning Commission and then the Board of County Commissioners. Staff received no responses from referral agencies or comments from the public on the zone map change. The Planning Commission heard the zone map change request at its September 8th, 2025 public hearing. There was no public testimony. PC recommended approval of the request by a vote of 6-0. The Planning Commission does not hear replat requests. The site is located in the south central portion of the county within the West Plum Creek sub-area of the CMP denoted by the red star on this map. It's located approximately 1 mile east of Perry Park Road and 2 miles west of the town of Larkspur. This is a map of the zoning of the site and outlined in red with zoning overlaid. You can see the properties are zoned suburban residential and large rural residential, in total 48.95 acres. Surrounding zoning is generally suburban residential and large rural residential. The SR zoning on the site does not permit agricultural uses, nor can the site be developed under the SR zone district, as central water and sewer are required. The minimum lot size in the SR zone district is 1/2 acre or 21,780 square feet. This is an aerial view of the zone map change project site outlined in yellow. The area to be replatted is shaded in red. The site has some grasslands on it, but is mostly tree covered, and there is no floodplain on the property. The subject properties were zoned in 1971 and platted as Meribel Village Filing 1 into 1/2 acre lots. There are no paved roads or central water and sewer services available, which are required for development on 1/2 acre lots. This is sheet 2 from the replat exhibit, which was included with the staff report. The proposed right-of-way vacations are shown here. Both right-of-ways are short, unbuilt cul-de-sacs. These are the approval standards for a replat, which are discussed in detail on pages 5 through 7 of the replat staff report. Staff has evaluated the replat in accordance with Article 7 of the subdivision resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards for the replat are met, the following proposed conditions should be considered for inclusion in its motion. Condition number 1, prior to plat recordation. Technical corrections to the replat exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public meeting and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 70606 of the subdivision resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's determination on replat requests as noted on this slide. Staff has evaluated the zone map change request. The map change brings the zoning designation of the site into greater conformance with the CMP provisions for properties in the West Plum Creek sub-area of the CMP. In staff's assessment, the request meets the eligibility criteria as a request by a landowner to bring it into compliance with the master plan. Section 11206 of the zoning resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's consideration of the zone map change request as noted on this slide. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer questions from the board. Otherwise, the applicant is here. They do not have a presentation, but are available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And this is relatively straightforward, and I'll just remind the board we're looking at items 3A and 3B contemporaneously. Any questions for staff?
No questions.
And I have none either. I'm going to ask if there's any citizen comment either in person or online with regard to either of these items. Okay, not seeing.
Did we want to hear from Mr. Kowalski or his designated agent?
It sounds like we can if you'd like.
Well, just because obviously, Abe, you and I have seen Mr. Kowalski strike before, and he's striking again, and we kind of like it for last time. But our colleague may not be familiar with Mr. Kowalski's. Apologies. Our colleague may not be acquainted with Mr. Kowalski's efforts in the area.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll ask Commissioner Van Winkle, would you like to have a brief presentation from the applicant?
I've been brought up to speed on the interesting and very different development that this is and the goals of it. If the applicant would like to speak, by all means.
Would the applicant like to share anything with us? Welcome, sir, and thank you for being with us today.
Hi, I'm Walter Kowalski. Kowalski. I live in Douglas County. I've been before you before. The land in Meribel we bought in 1995. We built our home, and in that period of time, we accumulated a lot of the lots that were there, about 80 of them. And then the last time we were in front of you, we asked for downzoning, removing the lot lines. And this is part of our continuing effort to return the land as much as possible to its natural state. We get out of the residential and into the agricultural. Probably come before you a couple more times just to continue the process. So I really look forward to your approval of it because it's beautiful land.
It is, sir, and it's nice to see you again. Let me ask if you have any issue with the two conditions as presented. Are you okay with the two conditions?
I'm sorry? Oh, yes, absolutely. And these guys are incredible in terms of working with them.
We think they're pretty great. We have great staff here, so thank you for that. Okay, so with that, I'll move on to any citizen comment in the room or online with regard to this item.
Commissioner, I have no online comment this evening.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
Okay, so I got to tell a story. So yesterday, my wife and I watched a movie on not on Netflix, like on YouTube. And it was about birding, people, and it was a kind of a sarcastic little documentary. It was actually pretty funny. It's called Listing. You guys should go see it. I mean, pull it up on Netflix or YouTube. It's really funny. But it was struck by, so it's about bird watchers. And one of the comments made by one of the people interviewed was the best way to conserve land, and he was speaking about land for the purpose of bird watching, right, is to buy it. Buy it, and then get with your the county, the state, whatever, and preserve it. And so I say, Mr. Kowalski strikes again, because you have struck again, and we look forward to you striking into the future, because you're doing what that advice is. You're buying these properties that, old development didn't take at all, and you're preserving it. And I think that's phenomenal. We've approved, as you said, your efforts in the past. I salute you. I think it's fantastic. And so if there's no objection from the board, I do have a motion for item 3A, and it is a motion to approve Meribel Village Filing 1, 9th Amendment, replat, because it does meet all of the approval criteria with two conditions as presented. Project file is SB 2025-008.
Second.
Great. So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hey, I would agree. I mean, it's well said. In this county, we have a wonderful open space parks and historic fund that is meant to purchase property in perpetuity so that it can be preserved. That's why with the Pike National Forest, over 51% of the land in Douglas County is preserved open space, and more to come. So we really like that. And it's difficult to tell, to tell private property owners what to do with their land. But we do have zoning and we do have restrictions. Want to make sure we're very cognizant of being good neighbors and working well within the community. But, private property rights are significant to us. So that's well stated, George. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. I will accept a second motion on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve Meribel Village Filing 1, 9th Amendment zone map change because it does meet all the approved criteria. Project file DR 2025-003.
Second.
Great. So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. So with that, we're going to move on to our next item in our our public hearing agenda items. It is item 3C, Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District New Service Plan, project file SV 2025-005. DJ Beckwith, I believe, is presenting for staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The project before you is a new service plan for Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District. The project number is SV 2025-005. I'm DJ Beckwith, representing Planning Resources. The applicant representative is Nicole Pakoff. The application is a request for approval of a new service plan application for Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District. The proposed district would include the powers to provide the services listed on this slide and the staff report. The Board of County Commissioners created and adopted guidelines for processing and reviewing special district service plan applications in compliance with Title 32. Applications are sent to referral agencies for comment and review. All comments are provided to the applicant so they have an opportunity to address outstanding issues. Applicants are heard by the Planning Commission and then the Board of County Commissioners at public hearings. At the September 9th hearing, the Board of County Commissioners requested that the Planning Commission reconsider this item at its September 22nd meeting based on new information provided by the applicant. At a public meeting on August 4th, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the service plan by a vote of 6-2, citing approval criteria related to financial viability, compliance with the CMP, need for the district, and if a district is in the best interest of the area to be served. In response, the applicant submitted a revised service plan with a reduced debt limit and provided additional information to address comments from the PC meeting. At a public meeting on September 22nd, the Planning Commission, upon request of the board, reconsidered the project based on this new information. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the service plan by a vote of 5-2, with conditions of approval to add language limiting the use of eminent domain power and restricting the use of district revenue to pay developer construction management fees. The dissenting commissioners cited concerns that the service plan was not in the best interest of the area to be served, and also numerous public comments were given in opposition. The district is located in Franktown Rural Community as defined in the 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan, marked by the star on this slide. The district is zoned rural residential and outlined in red on this slide. It is located north of State Highway 86 and east of Parker Road. The property in the proposed district is zoned rural residential. The district is anticipated to have 37 residential lots and is expected to have a population of 111 residents at build-out. The average home value will be approximately $2.2 million. District revenues are proposed to be primarily from property taxes and may also rely upon other revenue sources such as fees, rates, tolls, penalties, or charges. The estimated total mill levy cap is 70 mills. The proposed initial debt service mill levy is 50 mills, with initial operations and maintenance mill levy of 10 mills with a maximum of 20 mills. The debt service mill levy term is for 40 years. The total authorized debt limit is $6 million, estimated cost of improvements over $9 million. The district anticipates receiving initial funding for both capital and ongoing administrative requirements from developer advances. Anticipated developer advances total $9 million, of which $5 million is anticipated to be reimbursed by the districts. The project was sent out on referral from June 4th to June 18th. Most referral responses had no comment on the proposed service plan. Douglas County planning staff requested technical revisions. The applicant submitted a revised service plan to address these comments. Douglas County Engineering Services requested that clarifying language be added so that storm sewer and street improvements would all be subject to the approval of Douglas County. The applicant updated the language and engineering had no additional comments. Bannockburn HOA commented that all lots should be 5 acres to coincide with current Franktown area zoning standards. Bannockburn also had concerns regarding traffic, road uses, and the use of wells in the Upper Dawson Aquifer. Franktown Citizens Coalition provided a comment letter stating concerns regarding the impacts that Metropolitan District would have on the Franktown rural community, citing the ability for metro districts to use the power of eminent domain, and stating it would conflict with the needs of the community. Russellville Home and Property Owners Association provided a comment letter in opposition to the district stating concerns of the impacts of metropolitan districts and impacts to groundwater. BBC Research and Consulting reviewed the market study and commented that the absorption analyst in the study makes unsupported assumptions on the estimated market demand for higher priced houses and questioned whether these projections would be realized. The applicant provided a revised market study to address these comments. BBC reviewed the revised market study and concluded that if the assumptions prove accurate, the district will be well positioned to generate sufficient property tax and fee revenues to support the proposed debt structure. Hilltop Securities reviewed the revised service plan and concluded that given the assumptions in the financial plan, it is reasonable that the district will be capable of extinguishing all bonds within the parameters established in the service plan. Wolfensberger LLC provided a comment letter on behalf of citizens citing concerns with the projected developer profits and the need for a metro district. Numerous public comments were received in opposition to the proposed metro district, including a petition with over 700 signatures. All of this input was provided to the board. Staff's assessment of the proposed service plan as it relates to the criteria has been detailed in the staff report. The Colorado Revised Statutes specify criteria for approval of special district service plans. The board must consider the following 9 criteria in evaluating service plan. In response to number 1, the area encompassed by the district boundaries is currently zoned rural residential, and there is a projected need for the district. In response to number 2, the existing public service infrastructure within the proposed district's boundary area are lacking. Therefore, existing services are inadequate for the projected needs of the service area. Number 3, based upon comments from the county's financial consultant, the service plan demonstrates that the district can provide these services economically. Number 4, based on the comments from the county's financial consultant, the service plan demonstrates that the district's revenues as projected in the financial plan would be sufficient to discharge the proposed indebtedness. Number 5, no entities are able or willing to provide all the services desired within a reasonable time or on a comparable basis. Number 6, all facilities will be constructed in concordance with the standards of the county and any other applicable local, state, or federal rules and regulations. In response to number 7, the service area of the district falls within the Franktown rural community of the CMP. The density of the proposed district is consistent with this area of the county based on the standard of the preliminary plans previously approved. The CMP also outlines goals for the Franktown rural community that support maintaining Franktown's historically rural character and preserving existing vegetation. The proposed development, which will be served by the proposed district, supports these concepts by setting aside 50% open space to preserve existing vegetation and natural features on that site. Goal 5-3 of the 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan promotes the sustainability of special districts, including ensuring that special districts are financially sound through independent evaluation of all financial plans. The county works closely with a third-party consultant to evaluate financial feasibility of all new special districts and special district amendments. In response to number 8, based on information provided by the applicant, the district is in compliance with the Colorado Water Quality Management Plan. In response to number 9, based upon the level of services proposed for the area and lack of service provisions from existing service providers in the area, the district appears to be in the best interest of the area proposed to be served. In response to the Planning Commission's conditions of approval, the applicant has submitted an updated service plan that adds language limiting the use of eminent domain and restricting the use of district revenue to pay developer construction management fees. This updated service plan has been provided to you prior to this presentation. Should the board find that the application complies with the criteria found at Colorado Revised Statute 32, the board may approve. This concludes my presentation. The applicant representative, Nicole Pakoff, is here with the presentation as well.
Okay, thank you, DJ. Any questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Beckwith. So if you could just one more time exactly the 2 conditions that are most recently added And then also, you mentioned a 50% set aside for open space. Could you mention that? Or that was very quickly gone over. Could you focus in on that?
So the two conditions for approval that the Planning Commission gave were for the use of eminent domain to be restricted, as well as district revenue to pay developer construction management fees.
Okay.
And then to your second question, that was part of the, prior to the service plan, that would be part of the, that was part of what was planned prior to the service plan, as far as that came before the board and was approved for that 50% set aside and condensed of the lot acreage.
Okay. It's a set aside for, to essentially keep it exactly the way it is now. Vegetation, grass, trees.
That's the idea behind it, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You've got additional questions for staff?
No questions.
Okay, I'm going to reserve my questions following any presentation from the applicant. Did you have some follow-up?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Nicole Paycock on behalf of the applicant for the Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District. Here with me this afternoon are Stephen Gage with the applicant, as well as Alan Westfall, and Michael Persichiti from RBC Capital Markets. First, I would like to thank you this afternoon for the opportunity to speak to you again. Commissioner Cheel, we were here a couple of weeks ago, and so for your benefit, we will be going through our presentation. However, before I get into that, I would like to invite Mr. Stephen Gage up to address both the board and the public here today to better explain why we are here from a developer, a home builder perspective, and to provide some insight into why a metropolitan district is needed. So if Mr. Gage would like to come up, and then I'll give my presentation if that's okay.
That's fine. And if you can just direct all comments to the board, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today, and to everyone in the community that's taken the time to be here. I've been to a couple of these meetings now, and I know how passionate the people in this room are, and it's clear how much they care about Franktown and Douglas County. I respect that deeply. I've lived in Douglas County myself for over 20 years, and I'm planning to move my family to this new community in Franktown. And so I share that commitment to our community. I want to build something that we can all be proud of that enhances what makes this area so special. Let me address the Metro District proposal directly. The key public improvement that we're focusing on is the widening of Highway 86, which is essential for safety and accessibility as the area grows and required by CDOT. The cost to complete this work is significant, and without a Metro District to help finance it, these expenses would drive up lot prices to levels that simply are not marketable. We could never sell lots at those prices. No one wins in this scenario. Lots don't sell, homes don't get built, and the county misses out on over $80 million in a new tax base. Something important to mention is that the widening benefits more than just the new residents. It improves traffic flow, reduces congestion, and enhances safety for everyone in the surrounding neighborhoods, folks that have been here for 10, 20, 30 years. Yet under this plan, only the owners in our community bear the financial responsibility through the Metro District. So it's a way for us to contribute meaningfully to the community without burdening existing taxpayers. The widening is something that will benefit everyone in the area. I urge you, commissioners, to approve this Metro District. It allows us to invest in infrastructure that serves us all and create homes that reflect the pride we feel in Franktown. I was trying to be quick. I wanted to maybe have another 30 seconds to address a couple of what feel to me to be the rubs from some of the residents. Something that continues to get brought up is that we developed another community in Franktown called Arrow Point Estates. Very proud of that community. It was 19 2-acre lots, a gated community that we just finished building out. All of the people had nice things to say about it and was nice to hear, but they continually ask why we were able to develop that one without a metro district. And I've been doing this for 36 years now, and I've built a lot of communities without metro districts. And in fact, several of the HOAs came to say, well, Bannockburn was built and we don't have a metro district, or Burning Tree was built and we don't have a metro district. And that's true. I'm very good friends with the developer of Bannockburn. It was built in 1970 and the lots cost $10,000 to $12,000 at that time. An average car was $3,500 back then. Now it's $50,000. So it's very difficult to compare the cost of building or developing communities and land back then compared to what they are today. And so to answer their questions, the cost of the land and the improvements at Arrow Point was significantly less than the costs over here at Sundown and Oak Bluff. And so that's the reason that we were able to develop that community without needing a metro district. But in 2025, a lot of communities, because a lot of the burdens for public improvements are being pushed on to developers, they use these metro districts as a way to keep lot prices down and homes affordable. We're already at the top of the market on lot prices, and so to push it any further would make it impossible to develop a community. And the other question, or the other thing that they seem to have a rub about, was HOA dues. I understand that in some of these communities they have $20 a year or $100 a year HOA dues, and I think that's great. I wish I lived in a community like that. My HOA dues in my last community were $600 a month. And I actually thought that they were worth it because they provided a lot of services. So what makes this country great is that if somebody doesn't think that $150 a month for HOA dues is fair, or they don't want those services, they can move to a different community. And so we have gates to maintain, water features, landscaping, walking trails, detention ponds, snow clearing, trash removal, and other things that, we think that our HOA dues in the $110 to $195 a month are fair. But that seemed to be another issue that the HOAs took up with our community. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Nicole has more to explain, but I appreciate you guys giving me the time to speak, and I'm available if anyone has any questions for me.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is your application, so it is good to hear your perspective on what you've brought forward. So with that, Council, do you want to continue?
All right, thank you. So we are here today to ask for your approval of the service plan for this Metropolitan District. The Metropolitan District Service Plan does not deviate from the county's model service plan, with the exception of these two conditions that we added as of last night from the Planning Commission's recommendations. As I've listed here, we have agreed to restrict the district's exercise of its eminent domain power, and the district would have to obtain the Board of County Commissioners' written resolution approval prior to exercising that power. As I mentioned last night to Planning Commission, the district and the applicant do not anticipate at this time having to use that power. And then the second condition or change that we've added is to prohibit the district from reimbursing the developer for any construction management fee in association with construction of the public improvements. The applicant does not intend to charge this construction management fee, and so this was a change that we were happy to make. As Mr. Beckwith noted, the district is located in the Franktown sub-area of Douglas County, northeast of Highways 86 and 83. It includes 173 acres of undeveloped land. The only special district that covers this property is the Franktown Fire Protection District. The Fire Protection District is not willing or able to finance or construct any of the public improvements, including the fire mitigation that is needed for this property. As previously mentioned, there are 37 single-family homes anticipated with an average value of $2.2 million. The property is already zoned rural residential, as Mr. Beckwith noted. In accordance with the county's approved preliminary plans for this property, 17 homes are anticipated to be located on 2-acre lots that will be surrounded by 40 acres of open space, and then 20 of those homes will be on 5-acre lots. These densities and the amount of open space that is dedicated preserve the Franktown's rural character as well as the wildlife and existing vegetation in accordance with the county's comprehensive master plan. Full build-out for the residential lots is anticipated in 2032. The district is not going to provide any water service or wastewater service apart from the irrigation needed for the open space, and instead those lots will be served by on-site wells and independent or private sewer systems. One of the concerns that's consistently raised for this project is the sufficiency of the water rights. The county's already established that there are sufficient water rights to serve the property. The project demand has been determined to be 40.1 acre-feet per year, and the total available is 52.3 acre-feet in the upper Dawson Aquifer, and then there's an additional 219.4 acre-feet in the lower Dawson, Denver, Arapahoe, and Laramie Fox Hills aquifers. All of this is set forth in the water plan that's attached to the service plan. If formed, the Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District will serve 2 primary functions. First, the district will lower the cost of the public improvements that are needed for the project by using public financing tools that are available to metropolitan districts. And then upon build-out, the second primary function of this district will be to operate and maintain the open space, the stormwater facilities, the trails, and provide snow removal services in place of an HOA, and the Metropolitan District will do this at a lower cost. I will explain a little bit further on how that's possible. In addition, the Metropolitan District would provide the covenant enforcement and design review services in place of that HOA. The cost estimates here were generated by the applicant by obtaining actual bids for each portion of the project. I've highlighted here that Highway 86 turn lane improvement cost. The county is requiring the applicant bear this cost, which the bid came in at $2.2 million, which includes the soft costs. This is a significant burden for this project that is unique to this project, and other nearby projects were not required to bear. The applicant would like to use the tax-exempt bonds that would be available through the Metro District to spread the costs of a portion of these public improvements over a period of time, which will lower the cost to the home buyers, which, as we've mentioned, the home prices are already pretty high. And as you'll see here, there's no construction management fee. The next few slides depict the public improvements that will need to be built. Here you can see the roadway improvements throughout the project, the traffic improvements, including that Highway 86 turn lane on the south end, the drainage improvements, which consist of detention ponds that, as it's been noted, will be constructed in accordance with county standards and regulations, and those detention ponds will facilitate the drainage throughout the project and throughout the property. And then the the park and recreation improvements. Not shown in any of these maps are the existing fire cistern that has been built at private cost. And that fire cistern will be for the benefit of the surrounding area, not just this property. As Mr. Beckwith noted, we have reduced our debt limit since we first went to Planning Commission from $10 million to $6 million. We've done this because the $6 million better reflects the actual bonding capacity of the district with the information we have today. It does provide a little bit of room in the event that interest rates decrease and or the home prices increase. As the last few slides showed, the total cost estimates for this project come in at just over $9 million today. So there will be a developer portion that will be financed outside of the Metropolitan District. One addition that we did make to the service plan that I should have mentioned at the beginning was adding a 40-year debt mill levy imposition term. So what that means is once the district starts imposing a debt service mill levy, the district can only do so for 40 years. Once the district issues bonds, it only has 40 years to pay those bonds off. If the bonds aren't repaid in full at that time, they get discharged. That's a risk that the bondholders bear, not the homeowners. The homeowners will be subject to the debt service mill levy, which will be at a maximum of 50 mills, only for 40 years. After 40 years, that debt service mill levy goes away. Here is a calculation of the district's tax impact on a $2.2 million home. If the district were to impose its maximum mill levy of 70 mills, the taxes owed per year would come in about $21,500 and about $1,800 in taxes per month. Questions were raised at a previous Planning Commission hearing about the administrative costs of maintaining a metropolitan district, and so we've prepared this comparison you see at the bottom of the slide of the cost of a nearby HOA fee compared to what the cost would be for the homeowner from an operations and maintenance standpoint. A nearby HOA charges $195 per month. If the district here were to impose its maximum operations and mill levy of 20 mills, that comes in at $229 per month, which is a little bit higher than that HOA fee. We've mentioned in the service plan that the district only anticipates imposing up to 10 mills for its operations and maintenance, and that is only $115, which is significantly lower than the HOA fee. The financial plan assumptions listed here summarize what is set forth in the financial plan attached to the service plan. As Mr. Beckwith noted, the county's consultant reviewed the financial plan and determined that the financial plan is reasonable. As part of our submittal, we did include a market study, which is not a requirement, but it does support the assumptions that are in the financial plan. This is an independent market study that was done. The county's consultant reviewed this market study and after revision determined that it was reasonable. We would like to note that at this time, we anticipate waiting until the public improvements are constructed and lot contracts are executed before issuing any bonds, which would provide additional certainty that the district would be able to repay its bonds when those bonds are issued in the future. One concern that continues to be raised, not only with this project, but throughout the community, is whether or not metropolitan districts are subject to any accountability standards, transparency requirements, or disclosure requirements. Indeed, metropolitan districts are subject to several requirements, and developers do not have unfettered control of these metropolitan districts because there's oversight by the Division of Local Governments, the county, the state auditor's office, the Secretary of State, and the county treasurer's office. As you can see here, there are several disclosure requirements and transparency requirements that metropolitan districts must comply with annually and at time of formation and through the election process every 2 years. One of these requirements that I think is worth mentioning and highlighting today is the last one that you see here. In the service plan, the district is required to provide specific information to purchasers of property within the district's boundaries. That includes the district's power to impose taxes and the mill levy limitations and any fees and rates that the district may charge. In addition, under new state law, all sellers of residential property are required to provide information regarding the district's existence at the time or prior to the time when a potential home buyer executes a contract for that home. And as I mentioned before, I do want to go into a little bit more detail as to why we are proposing a metropolitan district here instead of an HOA. We understand that this would entail creating an additional governmental entity for these proposed homes. However, we have found that a metropolitan district often is able to perform the functions of an HOA more cost effectively. For example, There are lower costs of operations involved for a metropolitan district because metropolitan districts are tax exempt and it can acquire and install materials without the added cost of excise and sales taxes. Metropolitan districts also pay no ad valorem property taxes for their facilities and property. None of these are available to HOAs. Metropolitan districts, like the county, enjoy the protections of the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, and this lowers the cost of acquiring insurance that must be maintained to protect the homeowners from liability. HOAs are not covered by the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. Metropolitan districts also lower the cost of borrowing for public improvements because they can obtain financing at tax-exempt rates that are far lower than those that can be attained through private financings. And then finally, as I've mentioned, metropolitan districts are subject to several transparency and accountability requirements under state law and under the county's special district policy. In addition, metropolitan district board members are also subject to regular elections with additional transparency notice and disclosure requirements. None of these are required for HOAs. The next two slides summarize how we have met the criteria that must be found in order for you to approve the service plan today. All jurisdictions throughout the state review these criteria and these conditions when presented with a service plan for approval. First, there must be sufficient existing and projected need for organized service in the area to be serviced by the proposed district. The proposed public improvements are not available here through the county or any other governmental entity within a reasonable time or on a comparable basis. To develop the area, which is undeveloped at this time, requires significant investment in public infrastructure, which, as I've noted, includes that Highway 86 turn lane. Financing and construction of the public infrastructure through the district will lower the costs and ensure the costs are spread amongst those in the community that will benefit from them. The existing service in the area to be served by the proposed district is inadequate for present and projected needs. Again, there are no governmental entities or any other entity in the vicinity that consider it feasible or practical to undertake the planning, design, acquisition, construction, installation, and financing of the public infrastructure that is needed. The proposed district must be capable of providing economical and sufficient service in the area within its boundaries. The district will ensure that the public improvements are constructed within a reasonable time for the benefit of the community, and the district's involvement, as I've mentioned, will lower the costs of the public improvements. The area to be included in the proposed district has the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. The county's consultants have reviewed not only the financial plan, but also an independent market study that supports that financial plan, that the district will have the ability to finance the proposed public improvements. And the next 5 criteria under the law are summarized here as well. Adequate service is not or will not be available to the area through the county or other existing municipal or quasi-municipal corporation, including any special districts, within a reasonable time and on a comparable basis. The only special district in this area is the Franktown Fire Protection District. Again, that fire protection district is not available to finance or provide these public improvements. The facility and service standards of the district are compatible with the county's facility and service standards, which we have already agreed to in the service plan and through development plans. The proposal is in substantial compliance with the county's comprehensive master plan. We believe that the proposal is compatible with the community vision for the future and complies with the policies necessary to achieve sustainable growth within the county as expressed in the comprehensive master plan. The density of the proposed district is consistent with 1 dwelling unit per acre based on the standards set forth in the approved preliminary plans. Because each individual home will have its own on-site wastewater treatment plan or treatment system, the proposal is in compliance with Colorado's water quality management plan. And then finally, I would like to, again, this afternoon, go through this last criteria because it is subject to misinterpretation. The creation of the district will be in the best interest of the area to be served. So before I summarize here, the area to be served is the property within the proposed district boundaries. We have acknowledged that the turn lane on Highway 86 will benefit the surrounding area, but for this particular criteria, what we're looking at is how is the district going to benefit the property within its boundaries. And here we've noted that there are no other governmental entities that will provide these public improvements. And the applicant has determined that the public financing tools that are available to metropolitan districts are needed to complete the project. The area to be served is within the district's boundaries. The protection for nearby properties comes from the fact that the proposal substantially complies with the county's comprehensive master plan. Additionally, because a metropolitan district is needed to provide access to these public financing tools, the applicant would also like to utilize the metropolitan district for the operations and maintenance of those public improvements that will be needed at a lower cost than what an HOA would be able to provide. Those 9 criteria must be found today in order for you to approve the service plan. We contend that we have met those requirements, and to close our presentation, I would like to, if it's possible, to invite Mr. Westfall on behalf of the applicant to come up and summarize the rest of our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Baykoff. That's fine.
Alan Westfall, Franktown, Colorado. Thank you for hearing me for just a moment. I'll just take a second. Recently, we just developed another subdivision in Franktown called Arrow Point. We had to install a deceleration lane on Highway 83. It was approximately $500,000. The same requirement applies on Highway 86. As previously stated, that cost has risen from approximately $2.2 to $3 million. So that is a significant burden that many subdivisions of this size have not had to endure. The underlying developer on this project is Mr. Carroll, who developed successfully Burning Tree, Bear Dance, and other subdivisions here in the Colorado. These are annotated or called forward because of the quality that he has had in all of these subdivisions. So that, in summary, is the cost that this project has had to endure. Plus, many of these other subdivisions have not had to endure the fire mitigation, which is approximately $1 million to mitigate fire on this property. So these are new requirements. So I'm here to answer any questions you have, and we appreciate your thoughts.
Great. Well, thank you for returning back and sharing that additional information and some of the changes that have been made since the last time we had a chance to hear from you. With that, I'm going to open it up to the board for any questions.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the only question I had was, with the approval criteria, there were the two involving eminent domain and the fees. I don't see that in writing up here, but those do exist, correct?
If you'd like, I can go back to that slide so you can see that.
Oh, I assumed it'd just be the very last two, but perhaps.
So the last 2 slides I had were the criteria you have to find for approval, but we've added those extra conditions from the Planning Commission last night.
Okay.
I'll just put
I
them
have
up
that
here.
here before me too, so. There. Okay. And okay, thank you.
Additional questions? You know, we have a very comprehensive packet, and obviously we've had a lot of discussion as a county on this application, both with us and the Planning Commission. So I thank the citizens and the applicant for engaging in that process. I think our goal as a county is to be thoughtful around this application and any similar application that would be before us. You know, as I reviewed the packet, there is a really significant memorandum of law from a former U.S. attorney and head of the Franktown Citizen Coalition, Diana Love, and she walks through all of the legal criteria associated with the Title 32 requirements, beginning with what I would find is the most compelling. Council, if you want to start addressing these, and her initial argument that's supported by her coalition is the need. So can you speak to the need for the Metro District?
Yes. Primarily, the reason why we're here today is because of that significant cost that the applicant must bear for that Highway 86 turn lane. The bid for that turn lane came in at $2.2 million. Mr. Westfall just mentioned that it's closer to $3.3 million today. And so if we included that cost, or the applicant included that cost into the home price, instead of using public financing tools to spread the costs of that turn lane out over a period of time, 30 to 40 years, the home prices would increase to a point where those homes would not be marketable. So that is the need and why we need the Metropolitan District. Without that turn lane, yes, an HOA could be formed, and yes, it would be done at a higher cost, but the need for this Metropolitan District is driven by the public improvement costs and largely that turn lane.
So the argument's really market-based forces that, as any property owner could certainly endeavor to make these improvements, that cost gets passed on to the consumer, and then the cost of the actual home is so significant it would be priced out of the market.
Correct. And the General Assembly has decided that a vehicle that can be used to lower the cost of public improvements is to create a metropolitan district.
Yeah. Well, as a former land use attorney, I'm certainly not opposed to the Title 32 mechanism, and certainly understand the value of metro districts in terms of providing that much needed infrastructure in a faster timeline, and then reducing that overall cost. Walking through a little bit more of the memorandum provided by Franktown Citizen Coalition, there's a little bit more conversation around it's 32.12032B, that the existing area to be served by the proposed special district is inadequate for the present and projected needs. Do you want to speak to that in a little bit more detail?
Yes, and as I mentioned in the presentation, there are no other special districts in this area that can step in and construct these public improvements and finance them. And one of the criteria or underlying criteria that you must consider is are there other special districts or governmental entities that can come in, so that way you're not creating another governmental entity, because the Special District Act discourages the creation of additional governmental entities that are not needed. But here, in order to be able to use these public finance tools to lower the cost of the public improvements, a governmental entity is needed. And the county is not willing to come in and build the roads for this project or expand that turn lane. There is no other special district that is in the area that can do that as well. So that's why this metro district is needed.
Well, thank you, Council. And we had Woodmoor Mountain District earlier on the agenda today. I don't want to speak specifically to that particular item on our agenda, but generally speaking, I've had a lot of consternation around LIDs and other vehicles where the county has to step in the place of a Title 32 district and somehow provide and finance that infrastructure. What's challenging for us as commissioners is the per capita investment for our citizens is far more significant. So for citizens in Commissioner Van Winkle's district in Highlands Ranch, they are paying for us to provide these services in rural communities that do not have a metro district. So there is that countervailing consideration as well. I'm going to pause for a moment on this because I know we have a lot of citizen comment, and I want to make sure we do hear from the citizens, but we may return back to this in a little bit. Thank you. Additional questions from the commissioners? Comments? Okay, well, we've got a lot of folks here, and I want to thank you for spending part of your day, part of your afternoon with us. I do want to provide an opportunity for citizen comment. So at this time, if there is citizen comment on this item, I would ask you to come up to the podium, state your name and where you're from. I do have a sign-in sheet, I believe, but if you've already signed in, go ahead and queue up at the podium if you would, and we'll. Looks like Ms. Love is joining us. Welcome.
6 minutes. I'm sorry, what? I can't hear you. I don't have the timer. Who has a timer?
We do. It's on the screen. Yep.
Thank you. It's nice to see all of you. It's been a while. A man spoke earlier about how wonderful the staff is here. They are. They work hard, they're responsive, which makes it sad for me to bring up these issues right now. You have in your packet a couple of things on significant improprieties that have occurred during this Metro District application. The first one is a misstatement of the law, the last board hearing, where it was said to you that if it was met, which they're contending it did, if, hypothetically, we're saying it does not, then the shall disapprove goes away and it shall approve. That is a misstatement of the law. All it means is, if they met them, you may approve, but you can still disapprove based upon the totality of the circumstances. So to say to you, it's a shall approve, if they met them, is a ringing of the bell that is my feeling it cannot be unrung. Now, another impropriety that's got me even more worried, I don't know if you've heard, but last night there was a violation of Colorado's HB 24-1168, the open meeting law. There was no ability of people to call in. That is a significant violation. Usually that requires invalidation of any formal decision that has been made, which means last night's decision should be invalidated because of that violation of the law. I'm not saying it was intentional. This is a great place, but it happened, and invalidation is required. Now, another issue. Last night, a planning commissioner started talking about all the times he'd been involved with Spencer Fain and Miss Paykoff and all this kind of stuff, and how he was going to meet with him again today. And I'm not saying there was impropriety, but by that, there is an appearance of impropriety. He should have recused himself immediately at the beginning of the meeting. That's the only way you clear that up. Now, I look at this and I say, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. What did the people of this county want? Even though a petition is not binding by law, almost 750 people signed a petition saying, we don't want this Metro District, we don't need this Metro District, do not approve it. They were not listened to last night. It wasn't even mentioned except by the community. So you've got two improprieties, an appearance of impropriety, and a petition where people do not want it at all. So let's go to Title 42, the 4 standards. Again, which I told you, it's mandatory you shall disapprove it if the 4 of them are not met. Commissioner Layden is correct. I put in a 46-page paper with exhibits and everything laying out the law, why these standards were not met. Now, I'm going to go to the first 2. I'm going to have someone else do the second 2, and then there are issues for those 9 criteria that 4 other people after that will speak. The first 2, A, says there should be sufficient need and projected need for organized service, and that has to be met before that standard is agreed to by the decision. Come on, anybody that knows Franktown, I'm looking at the people here, anybody that knows Franktown, there is no need for organized service in this area. It is rural. It is people who have come here to live like it is now. They didn't even list the services that had to be done. They just said, we'll do a water system. You can't do a water system in Franktown. You know Franktown? You can't build a water system there. You can do wells. You can do a septic system. You can't do a water system. And that flows into the second one, B, which says, the existing service in the area to be served by the district is inadequate for present and projected needs. And then in the service plan, they say, we want to build a water system. We want the authority for that. We want the authority to build a wastewater pretreatment system. We want the authority for formal district trash. You can't do that in Franktown. And yet that's the things they are giving you as their basis for approving this metro district. Look at the service plan, all 114 pages, we all did, and there's nothing in there that they say that they're asking for authority all over the place. Guess what? You can't do that in Franktown. You can't do a wastewater pretreatment system. You can't do a water system. Absolutely not. I wish I had more than 6 minutes. There's 2 improprieties. They didn't listen to the petition. There's an appearance of impropriety with that commissioner. They did not meet these 2 standards, I believe, for all of those reasons. And by the law, the open meeting law, HB 24-1168, you have to deny it. Thank you for your time. You guys are great. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Additional citizen comment. And I'm going to ask if you're intending to have citizen comment, if you'll queue up at the podium, please. So I have Diana Love, Tom Bowles, Malcolm Riddell, Rich Love, Jack Schuler, Alan Erickson, Steve Shilkovich, and Kay Wilcox. If you are still intending to testify, if you'll queue up at the podium. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, actually, gentlemen. I was here last night and the earlier meeting this month. I'm Joe Vrablik, V-R-A-B-L-I-K. I live with my wife at 2259 Meadow Green Circle in Bannockburn. We live on 6.2 acres. Our main house and our guest house constitute a total of 8,000 square feet. We have a beautiful view, but unfortunately, our southern property line, 842 feet, now will border the Sundown development. And there will be 17 homes in the back of us looking at Pikes Peak from our deck on 2-acre lots. Couple of things that are most important. I just point that out because if you gentlemen will look in your mail, I gave you an envelope with a document and some attachments, 7 attachments, 2 weeks ago. Mr. Beckwith gave it to you, so I wish you would just please look at that. I have a document from Matt Jakubowski, the project planner, that goes back to 2019, that was sent to the contiguous properties to the development. There are 4 of us, actually, that border that northern line. This is the document. It says courtesy notification of application and process. It's a requirement by the county to inform us of any changes in the development plan, any revisions. On the 3rd revision, which just occurred, I don't even know when, we received nothing in the mail, no correspondence. And this was supposed to be sent to us so that we would have a predisposition to get a hold of you gentlemen or the developer and the builder to have a private meeting to talk about what was going to affect us most. My Gail and I, after 25 years, will sell our home. And we don't need somebody telling us that their property is going to increase the value of our home. Come look at our home. I defy them to build something that looks like our property and our home. That's the first thing. Second thing is, per the topographical sheets, and my neighbor can't be here today, the Baldwins. Greg has a very, very bad shoulder and back problem. This morning I took pictures. I couldn't get them printed fast enough to bring to you. They're downstream from us. We don't worry about the water. But if you come out and look at this property, the swale is such that the water's running right downhill. I have pictures this morning of their horse paddock with 6 inches of water in it. That's where the runoff is going to go from these homes. And finally, when you talk about restricting the exercise of power of eminent domain by resolution or approval by the Board of Commissioners following a public hearing, that would be just like this public hearing? How would you offset eminent domain with this kind of a hearing? I don't understand that. And I'm done, so I'd like to say one thing, a little bit of humor, and I'll sit down. I'm getting older. I can tell that because all of a sudden, a septic system has become, the woke name is now on-site wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Additional citizen comment. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Perhaps after these folks that have already queued up over here. Maybe we could get a bit of a bio break.
Yep, we'll do that. That sounds good.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Deborah Rich, and I represent the Burning Tree Ranch HOA and community located immediately north of Sundown Oaks. Burning Tree Ranch HOA is strongly opposed with prejudice to any and all metro districts planned for Douglas County, particularly in rural areas such as Franktown, and the one specifically planned for Sundown Oaks, which was formerly known as Oak Bluffs and Sundown Developments. These individual developments, which are still active and long-term, have been plagued with issues for years and will impact bordering neighborhoods of Bannockburn and Burning Tree Ranch. Sundown bordering Bannockburn was formerly supposed to be 73 acres, 17 homes on well and septic, 2 acres lot size, well below 5-acre minimum for the area. County bonus density clause allowing more homes on less land if you allow more open space doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing to do, especially when it doesn't conform or match the surrounding area, and the open space isn't usually conducive for wildlife corridors or ample space between homes. Oak Bluff, bordering Burning Tree Ranch, had these specs: 105 acres, 21 homes on wells and septic, 4 to 5 acre lots. Water cisterns are already installed on site for fire protection use. Traffic and access to the development has been and will be an issue. Sundown Oaks is comprised of 37 lots on approximately 178 acres, and almost half are 2-acre lots, far less than the norm in the surrounding developments. There are 5 neighborhoods surrounding Sundown Oaks: Timber Point, Pine Moor, Woodhaven, Burning Tree Ranch, and Bannockburn. The communities have lot counts ranging from 6 to 187, which bracket the lot count for Sundown Oaks. All lots for all the communities are on well and septic, with lot sizes between 3 to 5 acres, with 5 acres being the most common. None of the surrounding communities are Metro District communities. In addition, Legacy Pines East, while not adjacent to Sundown Oaks, lies immediately north of Burning Tree Ranch and has 29 lots averaging 3 to 4 acres on well and septic. The reason for mentioning this one is because this new development is in progress, and once again, a Metro District was not needed for this development to be built. The developments surrounding Sundown Oaks comprise 1,550 acres and 293 developed residential lots, all on well and septic systems, very well serviced by county resources, fire, and public works. The developer tells us that this development can't be built without becoming a Metro District. We think the developer needs to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to make this work, just like all the other neighborhoods have been able to do, to develop this project and do it the right way. Of the surrounding developments, some are far larger and some are smaller, the proposed development, but all didn't need a Metro District. There's absolutely no reason to need a Metro District for something this small, considering the amount of land and number of developments surrounding, if it doesn't need a Metro District to survive and thrive within the community. Is there truly a need for the Metro District in this community, that it can't be serviced by the county? Or is it merely financial for the developer and brings in a strong potential for known risks with the Metro District? Burning Tree Ranch is not in support with prejudice of any Metro District in Franktown, or for that matter in Douglas County as a whole, and especially not for the Sundown Oaks Metro District, an area with far fewer homes than the surrounding developments. The surrounding area, which includes the proposed project, is already serviced by the county, and all surrounding areas have individual wells and septic systems, like this proposed project. To say that this development can't be built without a Metro District in place is utterly ridiculous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, ma'am. Thank you for those comments. Yes.
David Jacobs, I'm on the sign-up sheet.
Okay. And I think I asked folks to queue up on the side here. Do we have folks still? Because we're going to take, are you guys together?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with Mr. Bowles.
Okay, so we'll take a few more and then we're going to do a bio break. Go ahead.
All right, do I get 6 minutes?
We're,
So my name is David Jacobs, Jacobs, and I am president of the Deerfield subdivision.
Okay.
Deerfield Homeowners and Property Owners, Inc.
Yes, you get 6 minutes.
Thank you. As you know, there are 4 statutory requirements that must be met or disapproval of this new district is required. You were shown in the prior hearing how the proposed plan failed to meet these requirements, including C and D. The plan failed to show it would provide economical service to the area or that it had the financial ability to discharge the proposed debt on a reasonable basis. A large majority of you agreed with that analysis and recommended re-review by the planning commissioner. The developer wants you to believe that the revised plan fixes all those problems and there's no need for concern otherwise. However, the only changes they have made is to add a paragraph stating the district will not impose a debt service mill levy for longer than 40 years from the year of initial imposition of that debt unless approved by the board, which only serves to impose another 10 years of debt service tax on the homeowner after the 30-year bonds are paid. And secondly, the debt limit was reduced from 10 to 6 million, which does not change the financial ability of the district to discharge the proposed debt on a reasonable basis. This conciliatory offer does nothing to fix the failures of the proposed revised plan to meet the requirements, including requirements C and D. The 37 anticipated homes range in value from 1.8 to 4 million. A district tax levy of 70 mills will still be imposed on the homeowners, which is still $9,000 to $20,000 per year respectively. Add the county property taxes and homeowners will still pay a total of approximately $20,000 to $45,000 respectively. The homeowners' taxes are doubled before they have any opportunity to voice an opinion, but they are held hostage to the whims of the district. This does not even include the power this proposed district would have to assess or, at their will, multiple fees, rates, tolls, penalties, or charges on the already burdened new homeowners. The developer argues that it is more economical for the homeowner to be taxed up to $20,000 per year, plus who knows how much in additional fees and costs, than to have the infrastructure costs added to the price of the home, assuming they don't do that anyway. The homeowner has control over his own mortgage. They can shop around for the best interest rate and terms that fit their individual needs, refinance when the rates go down, or make an extra payment to reduce the principal. They have options and control. In a metro district, they lose all control before they even unpack the first box. The taxes and fees are determined by the board, consisting of the developer and or someone chosen by the developer before anyone takes up residence. You have heard that this same developer built Arrow Point Estates without a metro district. It can only be assumed the cost of the infrastructure was built into the cost of the homes there. It is reasonable to assume the same is true for these Sundown homes, which are even more expensive. There has been no evidence provided to the contrary. How large of a debt-funded subsidy should be provided by the district to the developer if the developer is already realizing a large return on his investment? According to Charles Wolfenberger, CPA of Wolfenberger LLC, an expert in Metro District financing, if the 37 lots sell for an average price of $500,000, the developer will earn a 24% return without any government-funded subsidy. Based on the going sales price of equivalent building lots in the Franktown area, the Sundown lots would be well in excess of the $400,000. So the question is, should a government entity be created to ensure the developer earns an excessive profit through subsidies funded by government taxes levied on the back of homeowners? The developer should disclose the average estimated sales price of the 37 lots to show a financial need for Metro District subsidies. Additionally, the developer claims the Metro District can provide services to the district residents more economically than an HOA. Besides the fact that residents in an HOA all vote on services, expenses, fees, etc., versus a Metro District that imposes services, expenses, taxes, and fees on residents without their input. HOA fees are paid by each resident equally. The amount paid by a Metro District resident is based on the value of their home and the 20 mil levy tax for operations and maintenance. Those residents with lower valued homes will pay approximately $2,574 per year, while those with the highest value homes will pay $5,720 for the exact same services provided to those paying half that amount. Again, this does not include any amount for fees, rates, and other charges the district can impose on the residents, which have no cap. How is this better for those living in a Metro District? Similarly, reducing the debt limit from 10 to 6 million does not improve the ability to discharge the debt. The rest of their financial plan remains the same. They still have an initial debt of 3.6 million financed through 30-year bonds and repaid through the debt service tax levy and assorted fees. The 3.6 million debt can still be repaid through the max 50 mil debt service levy after 30 years. Whether the district can issue an additional 6.4 million. Thank you. Tom, would you
Thank
like
you,
to
sir.
continue?
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
We'll take sir, you, and then the last two citizens that are standing, and then we'll take a break. Yes, sir. Now, sir, do you represent the same neighborhood? No, you too. I know. I recognize that. Sir, you?
Tom Bowles, Franktown, B-O-W-L-E-S.
Okay, so that's 3 minutes for the clerk, please.
I just wish to comment on the economics of this thing. As mentioned, they were talking about $3 million for the highway. Now, it was $2 million. Now it's estimated with the bid for the turnout lane on Highway 86. Regardless of that cost on there, that's $81,000. And why you're forcing, the whole principle of forcing a Metro District to finance that versus an upfront fee for the 37 property or lot owners on there, that's just deferring and kicking the can down the road. Other issues regarding this debt, to continue on with this debt of the 3.6 million over 30-year bonds that they were talking about, that still can just be repaid through a max 5 mil debt service levy after 30 years. Whether the district can issue an additional 6.5 million debt or 2.4 million debt makes no difference. There is no ability to discharge any debt, and they have presented no plan to do so. Service plan should not allow for a maximum debt limit higher than what they can pay off with their own financial projections, is my opinion. The contrast to this is similar to thriving developments with all the amenities. I think that the residents of Douglas County and future residents for the Sundown or Oaks area would best be served if there was no Metro District approved by this board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll take two more comments. Welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen. Rich Love, Franktown Citizens Coalition. Let's talk a little bit about transparency. We heard a little bit about that earlier. I have a little issue with that. Is there really any enforcement and regulation of metro districts, or just some slight oversight? In Colorado, oversight of metropolitan districts is divided among several state entities, but significant gaps in regulatory authority have been identified by residents and state auditors. While multiple state and local bodies have some jurisdiction, no single entity provides comprehensive oversight. The entities with some oversight are Colorado Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, Division of Local Affairs. Underneath DOLA is DLG. The Division of DOLA serves as a central repository for official filings submitted by metro districts, including budgets, audit reports, service plans. However, DOLA does not have enforcement powers and does not investigate potential wrongdoing. Franktown Citizens Coalition received an email from DOLA. What it says, quote, "There is no state agency or division that has regulatory oversight over metro districts," end quote. That's from DOLA. Colorado State Auditor. The Office of State Auditor conducts financial audits and issues reports on metro district activity. Recent audits have raised questions about the financial health of some districts, highlighted deficiencies, and in current oversight systems. Like DOLA, the state auditor does not have the power to intervene in a district's day-to-day operations. Local municipalities and counties, like yourself, city or county where a metro district is located, approves the district initial service plan, which establishes the boundaries and scope of the district. Once a plan is approved, however, the municipality's ability to intervene is limited without cause or mutual agreement. Identified gaps in oversight. No entity to regulate district elections. There is no governmental agency responsible for overseeing or enforcing election regulations for metro districts. This leaves residents to pursue potentially expensive and difficult lawsuits to challenge the issues. Lack of enforcement when it comes to CORA. If a metro district fails to comply with the Colorado Open Records Act request, no state agency can enforce the compliance. Homeowners must sue the district to resolve the issue. Limited enforcement of ethic rules. While a bill was passed, introduced in 2025 to expand the Independent Ethics Commission's jurisdiction to include metro districts, it failed to pass. The lack of an external ethics enforcement body remains a key concern. Insufficient review of financial practices. The state auditor has found concerns with metro district finances, but no entity proactively monitors the use of public funds. Sorry, my time ran out. Had a little more, but please deny this was prejudice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Love. We'll take one more before the bio break. Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jack Schuler, and I do reside in Bannockburn, adjacent to where a portion of the Sundown project is going to be built. I'm here to speak this afternoon on metro districts and the issue of eminent domain. You've now heard many and all of the statutory requirements under Title 32 that a developer must meet or you must disapprove the Metro District request. We believe the facts show that the developer has not met these statutory requirements and the request should be denied with prejudice. One of the authorities that would be granted should the Metro District request be approved is not only eminent domain, but dominant eminent domain. Dominant eminent domain means that a Metro District has the authority to condemn property for public use, which includes taking property from other government entities rather than just private landowners. This is a mighty power and should not be granted unless absolutely needed. Pursuant to CRS 32-104, a Metro District does have the power of eminent domain and dominant eminent domain. This power also gives a Metro District the ability to reach outside its boundaries and affect surrounding properties for, quote, the public benefit. The courts seem to are using a liberal interpretation of the statutory language in eminent domain for metro districts when defining the term public benefit. For example, in 2019, the Colorado Supreme Court confirmed that the exercise of condemnation authority by a developer-formed metropolitan district constitutes public use, so long as the purpose of taking it is for some public benefit. That was the case Carroll Farms Metropolitan District versus Woodcrest Homes, Inc., which involved property near the town of Parker, Colorado. The Colorado Supreme Court's decision is crucial because it reverses a Colorado Court of Appeals decision that had stymied many metropolitan districts' efforts to condemn public rights-of-ways, utility easements, parks, and trails in connection with new development projects, and affirms such actions are constitutional. Another very recent example in 2025 showing a liberal interpretation by the courts is the case of Palizzi Farm versus Parkland Metropolitan District. The district attempted to condemn part of the farm for a drainage project to serve a new development, highlights the ongoing community concerns and legal challenges regarding the necessity of taking such action. The facts in the Farm versus Parkland Metropolitan District show how liberal construction of Title 32 can create real problems. The farm is a 96-year-old family-owned farm in Brighton, Colorado, that provides the public with fresh food, while the Parkland Metropolitan District is a quasi-government agency created by the Brighton City Council to serve private developers. The Metropolitan District used its eminent domain powers authorized by the Brighton City Council to force the sale of a 2-acre eminent easement across the farm to install a private storm drainage pipe for the developer's new program. I'm sorry, I think I mentioned I was with the Bannockburn HOA, so I think my time limit is 6 minutes, not 3.
Have we already heard from the Bannockburn HOA?
I'm it.
You're it. I thought we heard from Bannockburn already. Was there another individual?
That was Burning Tree.
Oh, Burning Tree. Not Bannockburn. Okay.
Not Bannockburn.
Okay, sure.
There are other representatives here today or other residents from Bannockburn, but I am on their HOA board and have been for the past 10 or 11 years.
Okay. I just want to make sure that if you are representing a neighborhood or an HOA, we have one representative that gets 6 minutes.
Yep.
Please proceed.
And that would be me. Thank you. Okay. So, although the farm sued to stop eminent domain case, the Metro District ultimately won, allowing them to proceed with the project despite the farm owners effectively losing part of their property to ruin or would ruin the farm. The question then is, do any areas delineated in the proposed Metro District service plan fit within the statute? The service plan states that powers and responsibilities, Article 7, page 3, miscellaneous powers. The district board shall have the power and authority to have and exercise the power of eminent domain, but only as necessary to construct, install, access, relocate, or redevelop the public improvements identified in the service plan in locations shown in the Exhibit E. This includes a street being added between 2 long-established rural residences. The drainage plan shows stormwater pipes and detention ponds on the boundary line with established homes downslope of the Metro District. In fact, drainage plan shows one of the pond's spillways draining downslope toward an established residence, and I think you heard a little bit about that earlier today. Based on the requested power of eminent domain in the service plan request and the case law, if approved, the proposed Metro District can use eminent domain for the taking of private property outside the boundaries of the proposed Metro District. Thus, if the proposed Metro District is approved, any of the listed public benefits that fit within the liberal construction of the statute that Sundown Oaks wishes to use eminent domain to accomplish may now be allowed. The communities around this project, the communities around this proposed Metro District are long-established rural residential neighborhoods and should never be subject to the damage that could be caused by eminent domain from a Metro District. Please modify the service plan and state that eminent domain will not be used against the private property surrounding this proposed Metro District. Better yet, now that 730-plus petitioners from Douglas County have signed the petition against the Sundown Metro District, we're asking you to consider the public's input, the broader public's input, not just the people that are here today, and asking you to not approve the Metro District at all. The 6 neighborhoods bordering the project proposed district were developed without a Metro District. You heard that over and over again. The developers did not create a Metro District again for their Arrow Point development of Franktown, and they have not proven that they need one for the Sundown Oaks projects. Thank you for the opportunity to present my commentary this afternoon about and regarding the Sundown Oaks Metro District, the eminent domain issues that we've talked about, and why it should be denied. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. It is 5:00, looks like 5:03 on my computer clock. We'll come back about 5:08. Continue on with our public testimony associated with the Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District. Again, if you're intending to testify, if you can queue up at the podium, we'll take the next citizen. And before you get going, again, please queue up. I would ask if you do find yourself in a situation where you've heard the comments that you were about to say already, I think avoiding duplication is going to be helpful. We do have a few other applicants on different matters before us tonight, and I know you all have waited very patiently, so thank you for waiting, and we just want to honor every citizen's opportunity to speak tonight. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your public service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at today's hearing. My name is Kay Wilcox. I've lived in the Bannockburn neighborhood in Franktown, which borders the requested Metro District for 32 years. I'm here today to reiterate that we'd like eminent domain to not just be restricted in the service plan, but to be expressly prohibited in the service plan. As we've heard today, the service plan has been modified to state that eminent domain condemnations now need to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Landowners outside the Metro District need stronger protections than that. In the Polizzi Farm versus Parkland Metropolitan District eminent domain case that was just presented by Jack, the town council members voted unanimously to give the Metro District eminent domain powers. The farm owner is quoted in a Colorado Sun article stating, "The city council never notified us. I should have been able to be there to represent myself, and I wasn't." The developer representative has stated today that there's no intent to use eminent domain, at this time. Then please modify the service plan to state that the Metro District is prohibited from using eminent domain against private properties outside the proposed Metro District. Preserve our property rights. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Additional citizen comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and I'm a resident of Burning Tree Ranch. And I'm here as a model for my 9.5-year-old son. He's learning about the Civil War right now, honesty, integrity, right and wrong. And that man right there, that quote, right above your heads. And we're focusing on being courageous, standing up for your beliefs, and making sure your voice is heard. And my voice wasn't heard yesterday. I submitted my public comment during the referral period on June 18th, opposing the Metro District. And when I looked in the September staff notes, in September, my comment wasn't there. Did a little bit of digging and said, what happened? Why wasn't it included? Check with a neighbor. I said, can you see if your comments were included with the staff notes at the September 8th and 9th meetings? Their public comment was not included in that packet either. So I was told it was going to be handed to the commission yesterday, the Planning Commission, but I felt it was my due diligence to make sure I was heard. I couldn't take off of work like I did today, couldn't call in, the WebEx wasn't functioning, couldn't participate and make sure the Planning Commission heard my opinion and my stance. So I ask how many other comments, potentially, if that's 2 specific ones that I'm aware of, how many other public comments might not have been heard? We recognize, we've heard that there's over 700 people that signed the petition, and I understand that that's not legally binding. So my question for you all is, how many public comments were received in opposition or in support of this Metro District? Can we quantify it? I think that's a valid question and a binding question, but I don't know if we can answer that right now based on what my personal experience was. So public opinion aside, I think we've all heard about that. I'm questioning a lot of the developers' market analysis and their data, because that's what I ended up digging into. My first question was, for the PTA, why is it skewed so far north? And it's to include neighborhoods that include, they've specifically focused on Arrow Point, Tallman Gulch, and Colorado Golf Club to skew the numbers in their favor for development. Those communities are 1.5 acres, 2 acres, and 2.2 acre averages. Everybody said we're in a rural residential area here. We want to maintain the natural beauty, the native setting, and this isn't going to accomplish that. How can it even get pushed forward? That's why we're all here. That's why we're passionate. And I didn't get to a lot of my points, but the bottom line is, are the people being heard? Have they been heard? And what is truly necessary and needed in this situation? Because I recall that the Tanglewood intersection, I thought the county and CDOT agreed that that was a safety necessity. And so if the county and CDOT pay for that, haven't we heard that the Metropolitan District might not even be necessary if that allocation is the consideration? Sorry, I'm over. I appreciate you listening, and thank you for your time.
You bet, ma'am. And actually, I'm really disappointed that the WebEx wasn't working yesterday, and I was informed of that today. I am not an IT person. I don't know why that happened, and I would ask staff and IT to give us a sense of what did occur the other day. But it sounds like you're a busy professional that was trying to find time to get in, and you could not. So in the discretion of the chair, I'd like to offer up a few more minutes to you to just be able to finish what you came to say.
I appreciate that, and I accept. So thank you. Talking with neighbors in the development, there was very minimal knowledge on the Sundown and the Oak Bluffs merger, and that's where the opposition. People aren't opposed to that area being developed, but maintain the rural residential expectations and standard. That's why we moved there. I moved there 5 years ago, and looking at the PTA that the developer is focused on, they want to include these suburban developments that are 2 acres and less. That's not why people move to Franktown. We're there for those 5 acre plus lots to go bird watching, to watch the elk go through my yard because it's a wildlife corridor. That's not going to be accomplished when we divide the area up further into 2 acre lots. That's not why we moved there. That's not what the people want, and I think we just need to do, instead of the contiguous lots, make sure we're involving the people. A lot of them are older generations that aren't as tech savvy as we are. It's that simple. So how do we involve them in this process? A lot of them are retirees. They might have a landline phone and don't even have a computer. I know that for a fact with some of my neighbors. So how are we notifying them? How are we reaching out to them to get their buy-in on this? What are your thoughts? In approval? In denial? Just making sure we involve them in it because they don't have access to all this. And I think those are most of my questions and concerns. I just hope you realize, the numbers speak for themselves. Franktown's population is what, I think 405 at the last census. Your petition was double that. So that means all the communities that are adjacent to us are chiming in also. There's a reason that many people are getting involved and want you to hear what they're saying. By the people, for the people, of the people. There's a reason we're here. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the extra time.
You bet, ma'am, and best of luck to your student as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Alan Erickson, and I live in the Fox Glen neighborhood, which is a rural neighborhood south of Franktown, and I'm president of the HOA there. And as I've listened to the presentations here.
And I'll pause you. If you're the president of the HOA there, we will give him 6 minutes.
Okay.
Has your HOA already had an opportunity to be represented here yet today? Okay.
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
So as we've heard, the motivating factor for the Metro District seems to be around financing. However, financing alone can't justify a Metro District because there remains those other approval criteria, which are according to the law. And I want to talk about the one that's about adequate service. And in the staff analysis, there's an item about adequate service is not or will not be available, et cetera. And we got some clarification from the developer about, what's inadequate. And it refers to the Franktown Fire Protection District and claims that it's unwilling to finance or provide the fire protection improvements needed for the project. But what does that really amount to? Because when I've read about the development, it seems that just comes down to a cistern. So I would like to hear more details about really what is missing from services in the area. And further, it seems that that cistern's already in place. I was at the Planning Commission meeting last night, and as the commissioners were discussing their rationale for how they would vote, one was going to vote in favor of it, and his rationale was, well, the county's not going to build those roads. And that just seemed curious. I don't understand why you would say that, because what we're hearing is if that deceleration lane could suddenly just be only $500,000, then we wouldn't need a metro district. And so, again, I would just like more details from the developer about really what is lacking as far as services go. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for being here. Additional citizen comment. Welcome.
Malcolm Bedell, Bannockburn, 25 years and 40 years, Colorado. Boy, this is getting old. I keep doing this. Augmentation of the Upper Dawson Aquifer is required by law because the use of Upper Dawson affects Colorado streams. The Metro District's chosen source for augmentation of the Upper Dawson is from a toxic water supply, the Laramie Fox Hills Aquifer. The augmentation process is not well understood. What you're trying to do is replace water which flows underground from the aquifer being used in your well to one of the permanent above-ground streams, tributary of a larger stream or river. Water from the Laramie Fox Hills Aquifer bubbles when it comes up. It is warm. It smells bad. Highlands Ranch Water District, quote, water flowing through coal deposits. Heat and bacteria create noxious compounds in the aquifer like hydrogen sulfates and sulfides, methane, nitrates, all exceeding EPA standards, manganese, selenium, iron. These metals and compounds can stain clothes, corrode steel, copper, brass, silver, and many cooking utensils. Coffee and cooked food are affected. Ion bases for water softening systems are destroyed, producing black slime. Sulfates have a laxative effect on people and livestock, leading to dehydration, a special concern for infants. 3 Denver metro towns have introduced extraordinary measures to curb or prevent its use, including a multi-million-dollar treatment plant in Bennett. Wells can cost millions of dollars since they're so deep and dirty. In the neighborhood of Sundown Oak Bluffs, nearly half a mile down, those wells cost a lot. We think the use of LFH water violates the criteria and intent of 1806A, 1806A.02.4, 3, and 1806A.02 of 18A of the county master plan. Which streams would be augmented? Specifically, how would the water for augmentation be obtained? How augmented? If simply dumped into a stream untreated, the condition of the stream, like Cherry Creek, Plum Creek, Bijou Creek, etc., would be damaged. Cherry Creek's alluvial aquifer, for instance, is used by the inhabitants of the Pinery. Wildlife exists along its entire corridor. Without augmentation, small streams get smaller, begin to dry up after losing so much water of their underground supply. Augmentation is not a joke. The law is not a joke. The chemicals coursing through this aquifer are not a joke. 6 people, workmen in Weld County, recently died by the exposure to too much hydrogen sulfide, which works like cyanide, found in LFH water, just to underscore its toxicity. I'm sorry, I know you've heard some of this before. I know it's peripheral compared to some of the things these other people are talking about, but it means they're not meeting one of the criteria, which is to satisfy the master plan.
Thank you, sir. Additional citizen comment. Welcome.
I'm Richard Hagan. I live in Burning Tree. We've been there for 32 years. And I understand. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk, and you guys are doing a great job. But I know that there is no intention to use eminent domain. As a matter of fact, one of the conditions of approval is that it will go, any exercise of eminent domain would go through the county commissioners. But I want to review a personal story that happened to us in 2022. During the process of Oak Bluff being developed and submitted for approval, we did a project with the county, and we tried to vacate the easement between my property and the next property, which is right on the north side of Oak Bluff, and we wanted to vacate it, but the county said that Oak Bluff needed to have fire access and what have you. So we agreed to an EVA for our property, and the plans that they have show that the road access that EVA. Every plot that they've shown with the water, the road, and everything shows that they're going to put a road between our properties and a turnaround. I'm only here for personal reasons to make sure that the county agrees and lives up to the agreement that we had to have an emergency vehicle access with restricted use and access on our property. It's the way it's set up now, and we just want to make sure that that's the way it stays. And then for my last question is, if the reason for, and this may be a simple question, if the reason for the Metro District is because of and driven by Highway 86, and Highway 86 was originally estimated at $1.8 million to do, and if they think that it might hit $3 million, then my question is, why are we talking $6 million, $10 million, and all this other stuff if the driving factor is a $1.82 million project? Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for being here. Additional citizen comment? Yes, sir.
Honorable Commissioners, hi, my name is Stephen Sklevich. I'm a resident of Bannockburn. I've lived there for 30-some years. I came to the last hearing because I wanted to see what arguments could there be to approve a metro district when metro districts are failing all over the place and they're running up huge debts. Obviously, I didn't hear it, so I thought I'd come to this one too. I haven't heard anything yet. One of the things that I did note, that the developer has admitted that they changed their proposal from yesterday by excluding or attempting to limit eminent domain without really doing it. And I'm wondering, if they've changed this, should this not then go back to the Planning Commission to rehear it again? I don't know. That's something that you would know, not me. But I do note that as I'm driving in from Elizabeth on 86, I see a big sign that says, Douglas County, where quality of life comes first. That's a wonderful saying. And if we ask social science, one of the things that help our quality of life is the development of community. Community is not developed by having a quasi-governmental entity there doing everything. Community is made by neighbors working together, by neighbors interfacing with each other and coming together to solve their mutual problems, to come up with an acceptable alternative, to decide what they're going to spend money on. This is not a metro district. That creates no community. And if you're not creating a community, how are you emphasizing quality of life? We're Douglas County, where quality of life comes first. Simply because you can do something doesn't mean you should. If it's too expensive to develop a project, maybe the project shouldn't be developed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to ask if you could raise your hand if you are intending to testify on this item. Do we have any additional citizen comment on this? Was that the last one? Okay. I'm going to check online and just see if there's any citizen comment online.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do have two folks for online. First, I'm going to go ahead and unmute Brian.
Okay, thank you, Troy.
Just a second, I had asked for permission. Okay. All right, I'm going to come back to Brian. We're going to go to Shelley. Shelley, I'm going to ask permission to unmute you. Please approve. All right, sir, why don't you come back to online? I'm going to reach out to them and we'll try again in a few minutes.
Troy, we don't have any citizen comment in the room, so I'm going to call for
Oh,
one.
you're done with citizen comment?
We are.
Okay. Oh, I do have Brian unmuted. Brian, go ahead. Okay, it doesn't sound like Brian's connection was working very well. We'll try Shelley one more time. Shelley? Okay, sorry, sir, we are unable to unmute them and connect.
Okay, well, Troy, thank you, and I'm sorry to the citizens who tried to call in. It sounds like we're not able to hear you, but it is absolutely our intent that we hear from everyone that was interested in testifying on this. At this time, I will ask the applicant and council to respond to citizen comment.
Thank you. So first, I would like to start with our response by saying that the entitlements and the preliminary plan for this project are not being considered today. Instead, we're asking for approval of a service plan for our metropolitan district. The first four criteria that I had on my presentation that you must consider today, those four criteria.
And council, I'll have you pause. Staff, if you want to put the legal approval criteria on the screen, we'd appreciate that.
That would be great. Yeah. Thank you. So the first four criteria must be found by the Board of County Commissioners to be able to approve the service plan. The next five through 9, the Board of County Commissioners may consider those in the decision. So I wanted to clarify that. As the county attorney mentioned at the beginning of the meeting this afternoon, all notice requirements have been met for this public hearing. So we did publish the notice of the hearing, and we've sent notices that are required pursuant to the Special District Act.
Let me pause. I'll just ask the county attorney to, once we heard that at the beginning, but just can you confirm that, because that was part of citizen comment.
That is correct. The notice requirements for this matter have been appropriate.
Have been met. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our service plan that we presented today that we're asking approval of is in compliance with the county's model service plan that's been in place since 2013. We have not deviated from that service plan or the county special district policy or the Special District Act, except for the conditions that we've agreed to in pertaining to eminent domain, the 40-year mill levy, debt service mill levy imposition period, and then that prohibition against the construction management fees. Just to clarify again, the district will not be providing water or sewer services. And that's what I wanted to address from my side. I would also like to ask Mr. Persichiti from RBC Capital Markets to come up, and he is going to explain the financial plan in more detail and how the market study supports the financial plan, just so there's a better understanding of how this district will be able to finance the public improvements that are needed, which would include the roads, the landscaping, the storm drainage, the open space maintenance, and the trail systems, along with that fire mitigation, which Mr. Gage can come up here and explain a little bit further as well if that's desired. And then, of course, the much discussed Highway 86 turn lane that is required by the county for safety purposes for the benefit of the community.
Thank you, Council. Yep.
Commissioners, Michael Persichiti with RBC Capital Markets. I run our Denver and Colorado practice. One of the requirements here was the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness. We prepared the financial plan that was appended to the service plan reviewed by the county's consultants. That financial plan was created based upon the market study that was done by THK for the 37 lots for a build out over about a 5-year period of time. So from 2027 to 2032, 37 lots, about 7 lots a year. Now, there's a period of time where that goes up and down based upon the development. The financial plan is created based upon what is viable within the public markets. So what is saleable to qualified institutional investors. So when we go out and we actually underwrite and issue bonds, we do it based upon a market study and based upon the viability within the marketplace. And so this financial plan was built upon that. It states that there is a maximum par amount that we believe that could be issued today based upon the current markets at $3.6 million. That is based upon the 50 mills and the 37 lots at a $2.2 million valuation, or average valuation on those lots. We then place what investors would reasonably consider a debt service coverage ratio based upon that 50 mills that is being placed on those homes. That coverage ratio is 1.3 times. So there's effectively a 30% cushion that investors, third-party investors, are requiring that is built within the financial plan to make sure that those investors are being repaid. Now, mind you, the investors that are typically buying these bonds in the marketplace are bond funds, mutual funds, those that have fiduciary custody over others' money. And so their responsibility when they purchase bonds is to look at the transaction and make sure that they believe that it is viable in the marketplace. And so when we are looking at the financial plan and putting this together in terms of the viability, we're doing that within what we believe these third-party investors are actually going to purchase in the marketplace. So I wanted to give that sort of context to the understanding of the buildup of the financial plan that we had put together. And then obviously the review by the county's consultant of Hilltop to verify those results that we put together.
Okay,
Any
great.
questions?
Questions for the financial consultant? Okay, I don't have any further questions for you, sir, but thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. Council, if you can approach. So a couple of questions that I have. You know, I took a lot of notes based upon what we heard from the citizens. I'm sure you did as well. We heard about the failure to notify. It sounds like that was clarified by council. You know, I am a little bit concerned about the public comment that there was an ex parte communication with a member of the Planning Commission. Can you clarify that?
Yes, yesterday evening at the Planning Commission hearing, during the commission's discussion amongst the commission members, one of the commissioners stated that he is on a Metropolitan District Board and works with Spencer Fain as general counsel to that district, I believe is what he had stated. There was nothing in communication directly with me. It was as I was standing here at the podium with everyone else present in the room.
Okay, so there wasn't a separate ex parte communication with a member of the commission?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I am confused as to why people were not able to testify yesterday. It sounds like, I don't know if there's a member of IT or staff that can help me understand what happened there.
Commissioner, this is Lauren Pulver with staff. My understanding is the link was not posted correctly on the Planning Commission website, and so people were not able to log into the WebEx to testify.
Okay. Well, I served on the Planning Commission before I was a commissioner, and this might be the first time in a very long time that I've seen any sort of technical difficulties on that level. Usually people are able to testify in person or online pretty nimbly. Additional questions that the board has of the applicant?
So just to make sure I heard you say that debt will not be extended, the bond will not be floated in the market until the public improvements are completed. Did I hear that correctly?
That is the expectation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, anything?
I guess just for my peace of mind, there was remote testimony allowed at the first hearing in the public, the Planning Commission, correct?
Yes, there was remote hearing allowed, and testimony allowed, and there was remote testimony given by multiple individuals.
Okay. And this is a unique circumstance that found its way twice before a Planning Commission. I'm not sure I've seen that in my time here, but do appreciate the public and the applicant's patience with it.
I do too. So just getting back to the merits of the application today, I want to clarify that I think you make an important point, Council, that the legislature has provided a vehicle to have infrastructure in place when there's a development. And Title 32 allows for special districts to create that infrastructure at a reduced cost that hopefully then gets passed on to the consumer and they get a lower priced home. I don't want to get into a debate of whether or not we should have metro districts in Colorado. I think I want to narrow the scope of the conversation. We heard a lot of testimony around, should we have metro districts? That is a settled question in my mind, and I think it's in the eyes of the law, it's certainly a settled question in the state of Colorado. I think the more narrow concern that I have is whether or not there is a need for a metro district for infrastructure that you cannot build in Douglas County, or at least in Franktown. So we received testimony testimony in front of us today, and then also information in the packet associated with the solid waste disposal facility, water system, and then fire protection. And the argument has been made by citizens that all of those things, well, many of those things you can't do in Franktown, and that the need for additional fire protection is already covered by Franktown Fire. So do you want to speak to the need for some of those infrastructure elements?
Yes, so for the water and wastewater infrastructure that's needed, the district would not be providing any of those systems because each home or each lot would be served by its own well and then its own septic system or on-site wastewater treatment system, as we've heard today. And so the district, I've offered yesterday, and I'm happy to make that offer again today, is to work with county staff on clarifying the language in the service plan so that it's clear that the district would not be providing any of those services and not be providing any of that infrastructure, with the exception of the irrigation that would be needed for the open space and the landscaping. And so there is no intent to use the district for any wastewater or water systems from a centralized perspective. The fire protection that's needed, there is a fire cistern that the developer has already constructed on the property. There is fire mitigation processes that need to be taken in order to allow for the development to proceed that the county is requiring, given that requirements and regulations have changed. Once I'm done speaking here, if Mr. Gage or Mr. Westphal have any additional details about that and you'd like to hear that, they can come up here. In terms of the infrastructure that the district will actually provide, the internal roadways would need to be constructed. Those would be financed through the district. The landscaping, the open space, maintenance and operations, the trails that would need to be constructed, that would be done through the Metropolitan District, along with the snow removal for the internal roadways and those trails. In addition, there is the storm drainage, those detention ponds that are needed, as was mentioned during public comment, that there would be drainage issues for this property, if not for the stormwater facilities that the county will oversee in terms of following the county's regulations. And I leave for last, that Highway 86 turn lane that the county is requiring, county through CDOT, that has not been built, that is a requirement that is on this applicant and on these future 37 homes to pay for. And we're hoping to use the Metropolitan District to lower the cost of that burden.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think another comment that we heard from citizens was the power of eminent domain. And I want to thank really all the parties for having that conversation and maybe reaching a middle ground with regard to eminent domain. Do you have any additional response to citizen comment on that?
If we could go further, I would offer that. But for the Metropolitan District to be able to be eligible to issue tax-exempt bonds, it needs to possess certain sovereign powers. And one of those is the power of eminent domain. So the district cannot completely acquiesce that power, but to satisfy the concerns that the district would somehow utilize that power in a way that would encroach on private owners' rights, which there's several requirements that the district would have to comply with before exercising the eminent domain power. What we've offered is that the Board of County Commissioners has complete oversight of that exercise of the power. So that way we're still able to utilize those tax-exempt bonds, which is the sole purpose of or the primary purpose of forming this district, but giving that oversight power to the Board of County Commissioners instead of using the model service plan language that the county has already approved.
Okay. Well, I think that's a significant concession because you are going right up to the line in order to get the financing, but you're really leaving that authority within the purview of the Board of County Commissioners to make that final determination. So I think there is value in that. Are you also willing to memorialize, you said, the infrastructure that you would not be constructing as a result of this application?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we can clarify that, and we agree to that.
You've already agreed to that. Okay. Those are all my questions. Let me ask the board if they have any further points they'd like to discuss. Okay. Well, just thank you, Council. So bringing the discussion back to the Board of County Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Please, the board, I do have a motion to approve Sundown Oaks Metropolitan District new service plan because it does meet all the approval criteria. Project file is SV 2025-005. Happy to discuss after a second.
Oh, and I appreciate that. And it's a bit of a puzzling situation for me joining the board after the actual, much of the complaints or the worries about the lot sizes and number of lots, things like that, much of that was determined even prior to my joining this board about a year ago by my determination. And so the question before us today in our quasi-judicial authority rests specifically on the approval of a specific service plan in these 9 criteria. And from my reading of those specific to the criteria in the service plan, I think I would have had a bit more questions about the original submission. The amended one that went back to Planning Commission and kind of came to us fresh and new, I have fewer worries about the approval criteria and the math behind it. And so I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think my perspective on this is shaded by my activism as a resident living within a metropolitan district and how myself and my fellow residents took that metropolitan district over from the developer. And we imposed there was no sunset on the mill levy. There was no sunset on the debt, and we took over the board and we imposed it as residents. That very same exercise took 3 times as long with our HOA. So I see a metropolitan district, I see a more democratic quasi-governmental organization than a private HOA. And I've heard folks say you'd prefer to have an HOA. An HOA is community. That was not my experience. An HOA was the last thing approaching community. A metropolitan district, when the residents take it over from the developers, you guys probably don't want to hear this, actually becomes a fully democratic organization of those residents that is commensurate to, I think, what we see in other governmental forms through our country. So I'm A-okay with this. We've got a sunset on the debt. That debt, because we're not getting into water systems, that debt, in my opinion, is perfectly reasonable. The mill levy is reasonable. I don't know about you guys. I'm not a big fan of paying my property taxes, but I do it. And so I think the future residents, given the, obviously given the wealth profile of who will need to live there in order to buy it, it should be reasonable for them. I have a feeling, what I've heard this evening is that a lot of the folks who've spoken against this, you're freaked out by the word metropolitan. And I get that. That should not be a concern for you. Those residents will have the sole responsibility for the debt and for the running of that metropolitan district. And what you're getting for it is an improvement to the Franktown Road heading into Elizabeth. So I speak in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Council?
There was a few changes that the board had wanted in this, and we don't typically have you vote on something until we have a final version. So because there was some additional request, I'm sorry. There were some additional statements that were made by the applicant, and it would be better if we documented those rather than leaving them to be created later. Staff has asked for a couple minutes to document that so that there's a final version for the board to vote on. If we could give staff 5 minutes, that'd be great.
I certainly understand the conditions, but if it's of value to the board to see that memorialized in writing, I want to give staff the benefit of being able to do that. So we'll take those 5 minutes and reconvene when staff is prepared. Thank you. Convene. I'm just going to ask staff if you've had enough time to draft that language. Okay, great. Do you want to walk through that for us?
So for the first section here, Commissioners, it's changing from general water, what we have in our general service plan, to irrigation water, specifically around that language of only for irrigation, water facilities and systems. Any questions on that specifically, Commissioners?
Any questions? Yeah, I don't have any questions.
And then the next section of just taking out all of sanitation and wastewater treatment, that full section from the service plan.
DJ, anything else?
Those are the only changes.
Those are the changes. Okay, and just to confirm, the applicant is okay with those changes. Okay, great. Okay, so bringing it back to the board, I think we do have a first and second on the floor, and we are in the midst of discussion. Do we have a second?
Yes.
And we have our first. We're discussing. Any further comments from the board?
I think, to me, when reading through the packet, a great concern for me was the eminent domain. Now, I've lived in a metro district, I think, all my life, maybe those couple years in Acres Green. I don't know, I was in first grade at the time, so. But most of my life lived in a metro district, so I understand it, get it, pay my dues. And our 40-year bonds actually in Hans Ranch have gone off, so our metro district fees have dropped dramatically, but that's neither here nor there. What was important to me is seeing that eminent domain. To me, that's a very key step, that before any eminent domain could even potentially happen, it has to come before us, who are directly accountable to the voters of the entire county and voters that are not often favorable of government throwing weight around. So I think that is a very key step for me in my process of thinking about approval criteria, and a good kind of tip of the hat to the surrounding community.
Well, I think it's well articulated, and I don't disagree with either of you. Just going back to the legal criteria, I think we walked through 1 through 4 pretty closely. I am sufficiently persuaded that 4 is satisfied. There's financial ability to discharge the debt. I think 3, there is capable and economic sufficient service within the proposed boundaries, capable of economical and sufficient service. I do sense, based upon particularly those road changes and the transportation needs, that existing service is inadequate, and that there is, I want to clarify 1, and I think that's where maybe we got tripped up in the room a little bit. I want to clarify that the need for services doesn't mean, can you build a community without a metro district? Yeah, you can build a community without a metro district. It's just going to be a lot more expensive. So that's, in my mind, not what number 1 means is can you build a metro district? It's whether or not the infrastructure needed to build a community can exist at a lower cost through the vehicle of a metro district. And I do think that has been sufficiently satisfied in my mind. So I think those are the top 4 that would need to pass muster in order for me to be supportive. In my view, as just one commissioner, I don't disagree with my colleagues, and I certainly respect where you're at. I do take into consideration that item number 9, whether or not the district would be in the best interest of the area to be served. I am persuaded, like I said, on 1 through 4, I'm still going to be a no, only because 750 people in this community said, no, thank you. And I don't want to put myself in the place of the citizens who live and work and exist in Franktown every day. I think government is best, which is closest to the people. And candidly, that's sometimes why a metro district does make sense. And by the way, you can deduct that on your taxes, unlike HOA dues. But all that to say, I want to be very thoughtful and deferential to one of 3 designated rural communities in the comprehensive master plan. I've always been very committed to that. So certainly respect the votes of my colleagues, but I will be a no.
You know, my concern about item number 9 there, that you have a concern with, I don't share that concern, because the turn lane on 86 will benefit everyone. And it seems to be the big impetus for the formation of this metro district. Okay, we could decide, hey, you know what, developers, never mind. We're going to do it as a county. But that means every one of you who are in this room, you're kicking in on that. We're kicking in on that because we're not federal appointees. We're not residents of another state who got appointed by President Trump. We were elected here. We had to live here to be in this position. So we kick in on it. Any of our kids who are adults and living in the county, they kick in on it. And every one of our neighbors kicks in on it too. And some of you could say, hey, between 400,000 of us, it's $3 million. What's the big deal? Or it is a benefit to the community that only that neighborhood pays for that improvement. This is what is really meant by growth pays for growth. And a lot of people use that phrase and then don't do it. We're doing it. Now, that's not cool for the developer. I'm sure they wish that we weren't doing it, but that's the standard we have here in the county. For them to complete their plans as landowners, this is the next step they need to do. So for me, I'm not worried about this district being in the best interest of the area to be served. I feel confident it actually is not a detriment. I know we've heard the opposite from residents here. And again, maybe I have a different perspective based on my experience as a resident who took over our metro district from the developer and made sure it was an instrument of our neighborhood and serving our neighborhood. So I respect your interpretation, Abe. I just wanted to clarify, I don't share that concern. And so I'm going to be a yes on this one.
And Commissioner, I appreciate that thoughtful analysis. I don't disagree, and I find that very persuasive. My hope is that you're right, and that the developer proves myself and the 750 folks that signed that petition wrong, and that the Metro District ultimately will be in the best interest of the area, as it sounds like I will be outvoted today.
You know, one thing I haven't spoken to, but it goes back to my question. We have metro districts in this county who have de facto failed. And it is because they floated debt before they did the improvements. We've got a commitment, which is binding because it was stated that the improvements are going to be made first. That then gives them a gives them a product to go to the market to get the bonds, to get the financing. That's on them. That's not on us. That's not on anyone else here. That's on them to make sure they've got a product that they could sell in the marketplace. And of course, they got to sell homes or nothing works. So I don't know. Again, the metro districts have absolutely been abused. But the control brakes are in place on this agreement, on this service plan, to make sure that the true abuses, the 100-year debt that is the Meadows development in Castle Rock, that's not going to happen here.
I think that's well said, and really deliberate discussion. Any further discussion?
No, just to all the people that signed the petition. We do have the public comments here. We have several more piles of these around here. So we have seen them and we have heard you. I think, well, I don't know. It would be interesting to have been a county commissioner 1 year ago when the development was in the lots and the number of houses and the acres per house for which houses and all that was under discussion. I come at it, just like I said, from the pure that's already been approved, it's already happening, and now whether the Metro District is financially stable. And as Commissioner Teal stated, it seems like there are some belts and suspenders making sure that it is a financially prudent product that can be governed by the people who eventually will be paying that debt, which is not the rest of the Douglas County or the neighbors.
Indeed. And it sounds as though you've both certainly thought about this and come to your conclusion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign, aye. And that passes 2-1. With that, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. And thank you to all of those who have been patient with us this evening. I know we've been going for about 5 hours or so straight, but we will move on to item D, which is the acceptance of 3 ROW and 3 slope and drainage easements for hammerhead turnarounds associated with the Twin Mesa Metro District Road Vacation Request, Douglas County Project Number DV 2025-300. Brad Jacks, actually that's not, it's Eric Pavlinek tonight, right? Presenting for staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eric Pavlinek for staff. I will be presenting items D and E together. The request is a vacation of limited portions of Twin Oaks Road and Clark Circle right-of-way in the Twin Oaks subdivision to be owned and maintained by the Twin Mesa Metropolitan District. The product number is SB 2025-026. The request is for approval of a road vacation request for portions of right-of-way, Twin Oaks Road in Clark Circle, for the installation and maintenance of access gates intended to limit traffic on these rural roadways, right-of-way easements for the 4 required hammerhead turnarounds, including separate slope and drainage easements, will need to be accepted by the board. The intent of Article 7B is to provide a review and approval process for various types of public road vacation requests, as noted on the slide. The road vacation process begins with a submittal of an application, followed by a referral period by referral agencies and courtesy notices to abutting landowners. Public notice is given and hearings before the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. Public comment was received from adjacent property owner with several concerns with the vacation request. That documentation was provided in the staff report and supplemental memo. At the August 18th public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the road vacation request by a vote of 5-0. 8 spoke in support of the request, noting that the district was formed for the purpose of installing gates to restrict urban level traffic from utilizing the roadways. The owner and lessee of the 3 adjacent lots expressed concern that because of the location of the gates, relative to their property, traffic could attempt to drive around the gates and trespass on their property. They did request that the gates be relocated. The Planning Commission considered the testimony and expressed an opinion that the gate locations were acceptable. The segments of roads to be vacated are within the Twin Oaks subdivision, which is west of I-25 and south of Wolfensberger Road. The property is within the West Plum Creek sub-area of the Comprehensive Master Plan. This shows the zoning of the properties and the district boundary in red. It's A1 rural residential, estate residential, and large rural residential properties, and includes about 120 privately owned housing units. This is an aerial view showing the approximate segment of the Twin Oaks Road portion to be vacated. This is an aerial showing the segment of Clark Circle Road, or Clark Circle to be vacated. As background, the rights-of-way were originally platted with the Twin Oaks subdivision in 1973. The board approved the service plan for the district in May of 2024, and then the district was formed for the purpose of taking ownership of these portions of roads to be vacated. The next 2 slides are conceptual exhibits showing the road vacation request and the 2 hammerheads required for each roadway to be vacated. This is the one on Twin Oaks Road, followed by the one on Clark Circle. The next slide shows the surveyed vacation exhibit, showing the exact areas to be vacated. The vacation resolution does provide ownership of continued easements. This slide shows the approval standard for a road vacation request. Staff has evaluated the application in accordance with Article 7B of the subdivision resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards for the road vacation are met, the following proposed conditions should be considered in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to the board's action on the road vacation resolution, required easements for the turnaround shall be accepted by the board. Condition number 2, prior to recordation of the road vacation resolution, all minor technical corrections shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 3, concurrent with the recordation of the road vacation resolution, the 4 turnaround easements shall be recorded. Condition number 4, prior to installation of the access control gates, the Castle Rock and Jackson 105 fire districts shall approve the gate locations. Condition number 5, prior to installation of the access control gates, the turnaround shall be constructed to county standards and accepted by Public Works Engineering. And condition number 6, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. This slide shows the board determination on road vacation requests. This concludes my presentation. The district does have a presentation for you this evening.
Great, Eric, thank you. Any questions for staff?
No questions for staff.
Okay, seeing none, we'll invite the applicant up.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Damian Cox. I am a board member for the Twin Mesa Metropolitan District. This is a continuation of a matter that you guys reviewed a year ago. Commissioner Layden and Commissioner Teal, if you'll indulge me, we'd like to bring Commissioner Van Winkle up to speed since he didn't get the advantage of hearing our ad nauseum presentations last year, but fortunately this one should be a lot quicker. I want to talk about, first of all, who we are, and talk about my neighbors and my friends that are in this room today and our neighborhood. So we are in rural Douglas County. We are 120 lots, as Eric said. We're 10 to 20 plus acre lots. We have 12 miles of dirt road. We're an equestrian community. We ride horses on the roads. We push baby carriages. Twin Oaks has an HOA, but most everything was developed in the 70s. And we're part of the West Plum Creek sub-area of the county master plan, which encourages patterns that foster, establish a visually distinctive community. Our community is rural Douglas County. As you're going to see from a bunch of my neighbors that are here today, support this. You can see we have lots of wildlife that flows through this area, horses that ride on the roads, switchbacks, tough gravel roads to navigate. This is our living. We have hay rides for Halloween. Usually there's about 10 trailers of neighbors that get together and put out candy for the kids because getting between 20-acre parcels to do trick-or-treating is not exactly easy. And of course we have neighbors that walk their burros because who doesn't? So that's really who we are. We are literally rural Douglas County. About 4 years ago, we were notified that there's a massive development going in. I'm sure you guys are well aware of this. Dawson Trails and Crystal Valley Interchange. Anybody that's been south of town has seen the bridge and how fast it's being put in. And this is literally right on our doorstep. It sits adjacent to us. In fact, if you looked at that blue, right to the left of it is Twin Oaks. That is literally how close it is to us. This is going to have essentially a major impact on us in that you can see that they're starting to move earth. They're putting in a Sam's. They're putting in a hospital. They're putting in a King Soopers, Trader Joe's, 5,800 homes, and they're not slowing down for anything. For comparison of what we're looking at, the Meadows subdivision has about 7,500 homes in it. Dawson Trails will have approximately 6,000 homes in it. Park Meadows Mall consists of about 1.5 million square feet of commercial space. This will have 3.2 million square feet of commercial space on our doorstep. And it'll all be fed by a gigantic federal highway, I-25 exchange that goes in there. So when we learned about this, we obviously got really concerned about what is the traffic going to do to our neighborhood? How is this going to impact our neighborhood? According to the Dawson Trails traffic study, there was 370 cars per day that would come from this. Crystal Valley Interchange said 200, but I think the one that's most telling that's in your packet is the Jacob study. And it says that essentially this development will create 1,900 trips per day through our neighborhood. And that's compared to the 400 or 375 that we see today, and these roads were just never met for this kind of capacity. They were met for around 400. All of these numbers are based on gravel roads. They are not based on paved roads, which at some point the county will have to pave these roads in order to account for these trips per day, which means we'll have even more traffic through here. So our neighbors said, you know, we looked at this, and then we looked at another concern was, well, geez, let's map this. Let's see what we're looking at. And if you look at the traffic from Wolfensberger to where Costco is going to go, and you go from Wolfensberger and Peak View through Castle Rock, it's 5.4 miles. Or if you go through our neighborhood, it's 3.2 miles. And so it's very straightforward that what the impacts of this development are going to have far-reaching consequences for us if we didn't do something. And so what we did is we started having meetings. 4 years ago, we started meeting with the community. We started meeting with Westside. We met with the town of Castle Rock. We were on the Zoom meetings. We heard about CDOT. We heard about what they had going on. We had people telling us that this development will never happen, but we see where we are today. We originally came up with a two-gate solution. The Planning Commission denied us 5-1 when we went forward with that. And we went back and we said, gosh, well, if our community isn't on board with this, then what can we do to change it? We went and met with the county staff. We talked about, do we have to have a metro district? Can we have the county own this? Can we put up a gate that way? Can we have individuals own it? Can we do an LLC? Can we have an HOA, which I agree with Commissioner Teal that maybe an HOA isn't the best approach on some of these things. At the end, we came up with a service plan. We made substantial changes compared to the Douglas County approach. And we came up with a self-help solution. And I think this is important because we aren't trying to stop growth just to stop growth. We aren't upset about the fact that these entitlements were passed years ago. We aren't upset. I mean, we are, of course, but we understand that we can't stop progress. We can't stop the development from occurring. We can't stop the town of Castle Rock from doing these things, increasing their tax base and finding affordable housing and those things. We understand that. All we're trying to do is find a mechanism for protecting our rural way of life. And so we came to you guys, I think we came to you guys, there we go, last year, and we said, we need a metro district. It was the thing that the county had given us. It was the thing that, it was the mechanism by which we could act. And we said, we think we need a metro district, and we're going to create this metro district so that we can install a gate. And this commission was gracious enough to give us the opportunity to go before the voters and let the voters decide whether or not we can move forward democratically with our metro district. And so in 2024, the question was, should we get a gate? And we had our metro district is very limited. It's 7.5 mils. We hope to drop it to 4.5 mils. But I think what's telling here is that we went before the DC planning staff supported it, planning staff commission supported it, you guys supported it, district court supported it, but also 78% of the residents in rural Douglas County that do not like taxes voted to tax themselves for this initiative. And in any election, 78% is a landslide, but when you're asking rural Douglas County to vote for taxes for themselves, I think that speaks volumes. And so the answer was, yes, there should be a gate. This year, the question was, where do we put the gates? And so we needed to go before the staff and Westside and adjacent owners and town of Castle Rock, and we got together and we started negotiating, how are we going to put these gates in? What's the solution? What are we looking for? And we really spent, I mean, we're in September. We spent 9 months trying to figure out this solution as far as where we were going to put these gates that made the most sense for the most people. And frankly, a lot of it came from staff and telling us what their requirements were going to be and what they needed for this to happen. We applied the application for the road vacation. We went to the Douglas County Planning Commission. At the commission, we were approved 5-0. And again, telling in that commission hearing was 3 of the commissioners that voted for us voted against us the first time around. And they said that what we had done this time around was remarkable compared to where we started from, and the fact that this was what county government was about. This was being able to create a solution where the citizens came up with, instead of expecting the government to fix it for them. So specifics, we worked extensively, like I said, we worked extensively with the county staff to find solutions. What we're looking for is 40 feet of Twin Oaks Road that'll be available. We'll have emergency service access gate. We'll allow guests and delivery in there, of course. There'll be keypads on kiosks and RF tags for everybody in our neighborhood. It'll be solar-powered lighting. 2 residents are granting road and slope drainage easements per the requirements of the county in order to have turnarounds before the gate. Maintenance by the county through an IGA that's already been approved and worked through. Clark Circle, this one is more of a, we offered to do this. What we were told originally was that Clark Circle would be dead-ended regardless because of its proximity to the interchange. And so since it's the entryway into our neighborhood, we agreed that we would maintain the emergency vehicle access gate. And so we're vacating another 20 feet for that emergency vehicle access gate. It effectively dead ends Clark Circle. One resident has given up 2 right-of-way and slope and drainage easements on either side of the gate. And again, it'll be maintained through the county IGA. The road signage posted in the community to alert drivers to the gate, and obviously all of the referral comments, I believe, have been addressed, including the most recent ones that we got from the Planning Commission, as well as right before what was supposed to be our meeting last 2 weeks ago. We addressed those as well as far as some of the concerns of the adjacent owners. Road vacation specifics, you saw Eric mention, this is kind of the gist of where things are. You can see I-25 there up on the top side of that picture. That is all of Dawson Trails right in front of it. Clark Circle Star there will be where the emergency vehicle access gate will be. Twin Oaks is where our access gate will be. Twin Oaks, this is where the gate will be, its location. And this is, as Eric showed you in the slides before, the 2 hammerheads where our 2 neighbors have graciously agreed to give up right-of-way and slope and drainage easements in order to make turnarounds, and then where the gate will be and where the vacation will occur. Likewise, Clark Circle, this is where its location will be, and these are the 2 turnarounds that our neighbor will give up on both sides of that gate in order to effectuate the hammerhead turnarounds on this one as well. That is it. I probably could go into a lot more details, but I feel like we've been here a long time tonight. I would like to point out that pretty much everybody remaining in the audience is my supporters or is the supporters and the people that voted 78% to approve this. And they just wanted to be here to show their support. I'm sure they'll be happy to come up and give comments if that's necessary, but I know it's been a long night. So with that, I will ask if there's any questions.
Great. Well, Mr. Cox, thanks again for the presentation. Thanks to all the citizens who are here with us tonight. It has been a long evening, and it's not easy to get here and spend your evening with us sometimes, so thank you for your patience. Let me ask if there's any questions for the applicant. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I assume there'll be accompanying signs, like big signs, say private or road closed ahead, things like that.
The intent is to have signs throughout the neighborhood, whether they're coming from Peak View, that would say that, no outlet or something along those lines, as well as signs coming from the other direction that would say that there's no outlet as well. And that's why the turnarounds are there, is that if they do happen to go past the signs, there's a way for them to turn around.
Okay.
Purpose of the hammerheads that was insisted upon by staff.
Well, no questions for you. I do have one quick question for legal counsel, just in the event that we do have a motion here shortly. So let me ask him real quick. I saw there were, well, actually, if I could just ask you offline.
Yeah, we can have a question.
It's just, I just want to make sure I get the right motion when the time comes, because there were questions I had about, and actually, if you could put up the conditions, that's where my question is, just for me to read.
Are you concerned about Kevin, are you concerned about the order we should be doing these?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that too. It seems, I just want to make sure that we are doing the acceptance of the right-of-way and 3 slope drainage easements before the actual road vacations, because it kind of gave the impression the road vacation was dependent on going first.
Okay.
No. Accepting the right-of-way easements was dependent upon the road vacation first.
Say that, Jeff?
Okay, well, I guess as chair, I will change the order so that we are, because I think we've heard sufficiently from staff and the applicant to take up E and D. But what we will, unless you have anything additional?
I don't have anything.
Okay. So what I'll do is just reorder that. So we will take up E first and then D.
The
And-
8 conditions?
Yeah, let me ask the are you okay with the 6 conditions as presented?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you bet. I do have a question as well. George, do you have anything before I go?
No, sir.
Okay, so I have to say I feel your pain because I live in a similar community in Lone Tree, and we are under a metro district in the years that we have spent trying to get a gate. I feel it's been like 10 years coming, and we finally got the one in, one out gates. But I remember, part of the conversation, I think about this both as just a citizen and as a commissioner, we were often told that a metro district as a public entity cannot gate a community. So can council walk us through the legality of that?
Maybe I could address that.
Sure.
The community is not gated.
Yeah.
Okay, the gate is a traffic control device to slow down traffic and to keep traffic out that will not be using the roads. The roads can actually still be used by all of the public going either through Peak View or going the other direction.
Okay.
So they're all still public roads. The sole purpose of this is really a traffic control gate to keep the amount of traffic on those roads down because they just can't handle the volume.
That's the appropriate. You've got a good representative here. That's great. Okay. I think that answers my question. George, anything?
No, and also probably what you ran into, Abe, is what does the service plan of a metro district dictate? Because the metro district must, if they want to change the service plan, they got to come to us to make the change. This was a case where the sole existence of the metro district was to afford a traffic control mechanism that in this instance is a gate. So that could have been a little bit what you were dealing with as well, Abe.
I think that's true. Okay, well, I'll ask for any other questions or comments. Let me open it up for any citizen comment, any additional citizen comment on this item. Okay, is there any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and 2 motions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think I am clear on the proper motion to make. It seems like this is something overwhelmingly asked for by the community and then voted upon. The community even took the next step of taxing themselves or, of accepting those increased costs. So I'm inclined to support this today, and so I move, and Mr. Council Garcia, if you could correct me if I am incorrect here, but I would move to approve Twin Oaks Road and Clark's Circle Road vacations because it does meet all the approved criteria with the 6 conditions as presented. That's project file 2025-026.
Great.
Gentlemen, you are very aware that the building of the Crystal Valley Interchange was something that I took on as a personal goal over a decade ago. And so in many ways, the reason why Mr. Cox and his neighbors are here today is very much my fault. I'm very happy that we were able to work through, get a good solution for the neighborhood, and I'm glad that we're able to get these 2 items taken care of today as well. I do think it's the right thing to do, when you do have a rural community that is a community of identity adjacent to true metropolitan development. So I second.
Great. So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes unanimously. And I will accept the second motion.
And I do have a motion to approve acceptance of 3 right-of-way and 3 slope and drainage easements for hammerhead turnarounds associated with the Twin Mesa Metro District Road Vacation Request, Douglas County Project File, DV 2025-300.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Always a nice evening when citizens are pleased. Well, moving on to our final items, we still have a little bit more business here, so we will move on to item F. I will just take a temperature check for our board to make sure that we're doing okay. Keep it going, okay. So we have item F, Cottonwood Metropolitan District Service Plan First Amendment, Project File SV 2025-004. DJ.
DJ's earning his keep today.
DJ, if you want to go ahead and proceed.
Good evening, Commissioners. Project before you is a Service Plan First Amendment for Cottonwood Metropolitan District. The project number is SV 2025-004. I'm DJ Beckwith, representing Planning Resources. The applicant representative is George Rowley. The application is a request for approval of a Service Plan First Amendment for Cottonwood Metropolitan District for the purposes of allowing the district to build and maintain fencing improvements. There is no proposed change to the debt limit, as the fence construction and maintenance will be funded with the current district revenues. Special district applications are reviewed and approved in compliance with Title 32 and the county review procedures. The application followed the county's process presented to you earlier tonight. At a public meeting on August 18th, 2025, the Planning Commission recommended an approval for the Service Plan Amendment by a vote of 4-1. Planning Commission asked questions regarding input from residents and the impact on the overlapping metro districts. Commissioner dissented, indicated that the Service Plan Amendment was not in the best interest of the community. No public comment was provided at the meeting. The district is within the Parker Municipal Planning Area of the CMP, as shown on this map. Portions of the district are zoned planned development, while other areas have been incorporated into the town of Parker. The service plan for the district was originally approved in 1981 to provide and maintain open space and park and recreational facilities and programs, landscaping improvements, drainage improvements, and mosquito control to approximately 837 acres. This amendment is proposed to clarify the district's ability to build and maintain the fence due to the inadequate nature of the original service plan. The amendment does not propose any financial changes from the original service plan approved in 1981. The improvements contemplated with this proposed change are not to be funded by the district's reserve, or to be funded by the district's reserve funds. The project was sent out on referral from June 10th to June 25th. Most responses for referral had no comment on the proposed amended and restated service plan. The Colorado Division of Water Resources requested the Cottonwood Water and Sanitation District water supply report to augment its records. Based on follow-up from the applicant, DWR provided a response that they have reached out to Cottonwood Water and Sanitation District requesting a report for the records and acknowledged that this application is not a new subdivision requiring a review of water supply. Cottonwood Highlands Metro District commented regarding the additional burden of cost with no benefit of the Cottonwood Highlands District due to the location of the proposed improvements. Cottonwood Highlands has provided an updated comment withdrawing their objection to the amendment. The Colorado revised statutes specify criteria for the approval of special district service plans. The board must consider the following 9 criteria in evaluating the service plan. The staff has provided a detailed evaluation of this in the staff report. The applicant submitted an updated First Amendment technical changes revising the fence location from Parker to Jordan Road. This change is reflected in the updated First Amendment memos handed out to you. Should the board find that the application complies with the criteria found at Colorado Revised Statute Title 32, the board may approve. This concludes my presentation. The applicant representative George Rowley is here to answer any additional questions.
Okay, thanks, DJ. Any questions for staff?
No questions.
Okay, seeing none, we'll invite the applicant up. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Rowley. I'm General Counsel to Cottonwood Metropolitan District. And I have with me here tonight Phil Cantrell, who is a board member for the district, as well as Anthony Boone, who's the district manager. If there are any questions, we'd like to thank staff, especially DJ Beckwith and Lauren Pulver, for their help with this. They've been very cooperative and helped us get this before you tonight. I just wanted to get into the record that the notice of the hearing was published as required by the county in the Douglas County News Press on August 28th, 2025, and the notice was sent to all property owners and taxing entities within a 3-mile radius of the district in accordance with statutory requirements. The district is seeking the service plan amendment, as was mentioned by staff, in order to have the option to replace some fencing in the district, especially along Jordan Road. This district is kind of Jordan Road is the entryway into Douglas County and Parker. Some of the district is within the county still. Some of it has been annexed into the town of Parker. And we want to try, the board would like to explore the option of updating some fences along that street that are pretty unsightly, and a lot of them are in need of repair and they don't match. And so in order to enhance the aesthetics of the area and to improve property values, the board is exploring the option of replacing and then maintaining that fence. And of course, the first step in that process has to be that we have the authority to do the fencing, and that's why we're here tonight, is to ask for that authority. As mentioned, there isn't no increase in the debt or the mill levy. The district is in preliminary discussions with the town of Parker about putting the fence in the right-of-way along Jordan Road and also Cottonwood Drive, and the town seems to be generally in favor of the project. The district has done some preliminary public outreach about this, but there's still plan to do, if we're approved tonight, there's a still plan to do some additional outreach and make sure that our neighbors are aware of what's going on, and that we are, using the money in the best way possible for the people in the district. And so we just request that the commissioners adopt the resolution of approval. And we believe we've met all the statutory requirements in order for that to happen. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any questions for the applicant?
No questions.
None for me. I'm going to open it up for any citizen comment. Is there any citizen comment in the room or online with regard to this item? Yes, ma'am. If you want to approach and just state your name and where you're from for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Lori Tatlock, and I work for Mulhern MRE, and we manage the Cottonwood Highlands Metropolitan District Number 1. And in the presentation, they said that they would be using reserve funds, and they do have significant reserve funds, and one of the reasons is that Cottonwood Highlands Metropolitan District has an overlapping, is within Cottonwood Metro District. So has been a significant amount of assessed value increase for Cottonwood Metro, and they've grown their reserves by $500,000 thanks to Cottonwood Highlands. Cottonwood Highlands originally objected, but because the Cottonwood Metro has agreed to pursue an exclusion for those properties, we withdrew that objection. So I just wanted to kind of say it isn't, there are some complications in all of this. So.
Okay, and just for clarification, is the objection has been withdrawn?
The objection has been withdrawn because they have agreed to the exclusion.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Any additional citizen comment? Okay, going online. Troy, do we have any citizen comment online?
Thank you, sir. I have no online comment.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to close citizen comment and bring it back to our board for any further discussion or a motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't see anything objectionable or anything that is raises a red flag on the approval criteria. So therefore, I move to approve Cottonwood Metropolitan District Service Plan First Amendment because it does meet all the approved criteria. This is project file SV 2025-004.
Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Yeah, I would agree. I didn't see anything objectionable, and I do think that the approval criteria have been met. All those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Long evening. We've got one more to go, and I think I believe they're being taken up at the same time, just to get that clarified from staff. It is the Pinery Meadows Preliminary Plan and Water Supply Appeal, project file SB 2025-009. Once again, Eric Pavlinik presenting for staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eric Pavlinik, representing Planning Services. The item before you is the Pinery Meadows Preliminary Plan and Water Appeal to Section 18A. The project number is SB 2025-009. The applicant is Integrity Land Ventures. The request is for two approvals, which require separate consideration and motion by the board. Approval of an appeal to the water documentation standards of Section 18A of the zoning resolution, which requires that the property be included in a water district at the time of preliminary plan approval, and approval of a preliminary plan for 136 residential lots, 11 tracts, and associated public and private roads on 39.5 acres. The intent of the preliminary plan is to provide in-depth analysis of the proposed subdivision, which is outlined on the slide. The preliminary plan process begins with a submittal of an application. Following comments by staff, it's sent on referral. Courtesy notices are also sent out to adjacent property owners. Public comment was received from a neighbor in the Pinery West subdivision, which is just north of this site. In general, public comment focused on building orientation, landscaping, buffering, and existing barbed wire fencing on the property. Pinery West HOA also provide comments related to the density and two-story homes directly abutting the subdivision to the north. The Pinery HOA had some concerns with the development maintaining the community character of the Pinery and ensuring that it's compatible with the existing Pinery subdivisions. The applicant did provide a written response to public comment and referral comments, which was included in the packet. A landscape buffer will be provided to the north, which is a 20-foot wide strip. Other referral comments received were standard in nature, noting specific code and permits required at the time of final plat. The Planning Commission heard the proposal at a public hearing on September 8th, 2025, and unanimously recommend approval of the appeal to the water supply standards in Section 18A, which will defer the timing of inclusion into the Pinery Water and Wastewater District to final plat, with the one proposed condition by staff. The Planning Commission unanimously recommend approval of the preliminary plan request with the 10 conditions recommended by staff. No members of the public spoke at the hearing. Commissioners asked clarifying questions regarding the appeal and the possibility of a bald eagle's nest within the project. The applicant did confirm that the bald eagle's nest is in the floodplain, which is the western portion of the site. The site indicated by the red star is located in the northeast portion of the county. The site is zoned PD and a bunch of other residential PD zoning on all sides. The workforce housing project is directly south, right there.
Excuse me.
This is an aerial view of the parcel. As background, in May of 2022, the Planning Commission approved the CMP land use amendment to include this property in the Pinery separated urban area. In 2023, the board approved the Pinery Meadows PD, which allows a maximum of 170 residential units. The application proposes 136. This is the preliminary plan exhibit showing the lotting pattern, road network, and design of the proposed subdivision. The next are some photos from Pinery Center Boulevard, which is north up here. This is a view looking southeast through the site. And another view looking east along the northern property line. And finally, looking west. This slide lists the approval standard for a preliminary plan request as set forth in section 403. Staff's assessment of these standards are discussed in detail in the staff report. The applicant is requesting approval and appeal to the water documentation standards of section 18A, which requires that the property be included at the time of preliminary plan approval. The specific appeal is to section 1806A.02.2C, which is noted on the slide. This slide lists the criteria for a water appeal, which is outlined in section 18A. Staff's assessment is in the staff report. 2 motions are required for the project, one for the appeal to section 18A and the second for the preliminary plan request. Staff has evaluated the appeal in accordance with section 18A of the zoning resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards for the appeal are met, the following proposed condition should be considered in the motion. Condition number 1, evidence of district and formal approval of inclusion shall be provided prior to the board meeting on the final plat request. Section 1808A.07 sets forth the parameters of the board's action of a water appeal request. Staff has evaluated the preliminary plan in accordance with Article 4 of the subdivision resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards for the preliminary plan are met, the following proposed conditions should be included in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to the board action on the preliminary plan, the associated water appeal shall be approved. Condition number 2, prior to the recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall pay $500 per unit to Douglas County for future park and trail improvements within the area. Condition number 3, prior to recordation of the final plat, a homeowners association or metro district shall be established for ownership and maintenance purposes of the 11 tracts within the subdivision. Condition number 4, prior to recordation of the final plat, required parkland dedication shall be provided or cash in lieu fees paid in accordance with Article 10 of the subdivision resolution. Condition number 5, prior to recordation of the final plat, required cash in lieu of school land dedication shall be paid in accordance with Article 10 of the subdivision resolution. Condition number 6, prior to board's action on the final plat request, the subdivision shall be formally included within the Pinery Water and Wastewater District by district court action. Condition number 7, during construction activity within the development, the applicant, its successor, and assigned shall take all reasonable care to watch for historic resources, paleontological resources, and other cultural resources, and shall immediately notify Douglas County and complete appropriate Colorado Office of Archaeological and Historic Preservation data management forms in the event of such discovery. Condition number 8, Colorado Parks and Wildlife literature shall be made available to both prospective homeowners and home buyers regarding the existence of wildlife in the area and how to minimize conflicts. Condition number 9, during construction activity within the development, the applicant, its successor, and signs shall conduct a burrowing owl study if any earth moving will take place between March 15th and October 31st. Condition number 10, technical corrections to the record copy of the preliminary plan exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And condition number 11, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been replied upon the Board of County Commissioners approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. This is the board's parameters for the board's action on preliminary plan request. This concludes my presentation. The applicant does have a presentation if you want them to present.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Any questions for staff? Commissioner.
Eric, just give me a second here. The conditions to approve the preliminary plan, there were 11. There were 2 conditions for the water supply appeal?
1 condition for the appeal and then 11 conditions for the preliminary plan request.
Thank you. Sure. Second question. I mean, why are we doing the appeal now instead of having them included in the district? Is there a timing thing going on here?
Yeah, Eric Pavan from staff. I think it's more of a timing issue with the applicant and the district. They have already started that process and has submitted the application, I believe, to the district in February of this year. I think it's due to timing. They want to have that come prior to the board meeting on the final plat request.
Okay, but final plat request, it has to be sorted by that time.
Correct. Yep. Prior to bring it forward to you to consider the final plat, they will have to be included in the district.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional comments or questions for staff? Okay, I don't have any either. I'll invite the applicant to come up, and if you'd like to make an abbreviated presentation, you're welcome to do that.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is Carl Runge. I live in Denver, Colorado. I work for Norse Design. I'm here representing Integrity Land Ventures. We'll keep this presentation pretty quick since we've all been here for a while. So, Pinery Meadows preliminary plan. The site is located about 1/8 of a mile northwest of the intersection of Scott Avenue and South Parker Road, just south of the Pinery West master development, and just north of the Ulysses development that's doing some workforce housing at that corner. What we're seeking approval for, the preliminary plan for 136 units of single-family residential, and then the 18A appeal of the Douglas County zoning resolution to defer inclusion into the servicing water district until time of final plat. To answer your question, Commissioner Teal, it was our hope that we could get incorporated earlier, but Pinery Water and Wastewater, they don't allow us to be formally included this early in the process. So there's a little bit of mismatch between when they're willing and able to move forward and what the zoning resolution by the county allows for. So as Eric stated, we applied to them all the way back in February. We meet with them very regularly and do have a path forward towards inclusion. Just the timing is not quite there for them. Here's a rendering of the site. So as you can see, the entire west half of the property remains untouched open space. That's all within the Cherry Creek floodplain. We're not proposing to do any sort of improvements over there. The development and everything is more on the east side of the property, up closer towards Parker Road. We have 3 different housing types. There's single-family detached lots along the north and the east edges of the property. The PD for that was approved back in February of 2023 actually stipulated that single-family detached be placed along that north property line, so we are respecting what was outlined in that. The center of the property is cluster detached single-family homes, so they are single-family detached, a little bit smaller product, shared driveways, and then the remaining lots are duplex lots. This application is beginning the process to realize the goals and intent of the Pinery Meadows PD that was approved in February 2023. We're not trying to make any amendments to that, do anything that was not explicitly outlined in there, as we'll talk about on the next slide. But all of these things are uses by right based off the underlying zoning and everything. So this slide's really kind of just the meat of the presentation. So the residential land uses, both of them are allowed per the approved Pinery Meadows PD. Density is in compliance. We're actually we have a lower density than what the PD allows for, so we're not trying to cram just, as many units as we can. There is a nice balance. We did, heed the feedback of, maintaining the character of this area and everything, and so we think we're hitting a nice balance there with the density. We have more open space than what is minimally required by the Pinery Meadows PD. We are providing that 20-foot buffer that was explicitly outlined in the PD, so that holds true in our preliminary plan. And then our lot sizes for all different types of lots are all in excess of the minimum requirements. So again, we're not just packing this thing full of as much density as we possibly can. We are trying to strike a balance of what feels right for the site, the adjacent area, and Douglas County in our context within it. So next steps, we're at the Board of County Commissioners today. Assuming we get approval, we will continue to work with Pinery Water and Wastewater District for inclusion prior to bringing a final plat before you for approval. And then we will be moving on to our site improvement plan application sometime this fall. And that's it. Any questions?
Well, thank you for that, and I appreciate the anticipatory answer on the density. That came up in a few comments, and I think it came up at some of our referral agencies, so thanks for identifying that. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't have any questions. I don't see anyone in our gallery left. You guys wore them all out. Thank you for your patience and for hanging out with us for so long. Troy, let me just ask if there's anybody online that wanted to comment on this.
I have no online attendees, sir.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion.
I really just want to say, I think you guys, you guys keep picking the right meetings. Because I seem to recall you guys came in for that zoning at the tail end of another very intense meeting with the neighboring property of all places. Anyhow, Board, I do have a motion to approve the Pinery Meadows water supply appeal because I do think it does meet all the approval criteria with the one condition as presented, which is reasonable. Project file is SB 2025-009. And Chair, either before or after a second, did we confirm with the applicant that they accept the conditions?
No, and let's ask that right now in the record. Is the applicant okay with I believe it's 11 conditions as presented?
Yes, we do.
Oh, is it just, how many conditions is it?
One condition for the appeal.
Just one condition for the appeal? Okay.
We do. And just a quick note, the district told me today that we're scheduled to go to the board in October. Cool. So it'll be done.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, George, it sounded like we had a first.
Second.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes unanimously.
And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Are they good with the 11 conditions as presented?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Therefore, I move to approve the Pinery Meadows preliminary plan because it does meet all the approved criteria with 11 conditions as presented. This is project file SB 2025-009.
Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that also passes unanimously. Tremendous thanks to our citizens, our amazing staff, and my friends and colleagues. It's been a long night, but great work tonight. The next land use meeting and public hearing will be held on Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 at 2:30 p.m. We are adjourned.